Right now. Welcome back. This is part 2 to the 2-part series of our response to 9/11 FreeFall Radio, in which their special episode, Deception, Subversion, and Silence, hosted by Andy Steele, Craig McKee, and Bernie Suarez. With me right here in the room for part 2 is Nelson Martins, Truth to TV, filmmaker, and Ed Brotherton. Ed Brotherton is from We Are Change LA. And so we left it at the 45-minute mark, and we're going to start up at the 46-minute mark where they talk about me and Ed in on the ruse regarding Nelson's Bernie Suarez account. So here we go.
At this point in the story here, I've talked to fake Bernie. He thinks I think it's really Bernie. And then just it so happens that Bernie gets his show purged from YouTube. It's part of a big purge that happened. I bring Bernie on the show
because of Sandy Hook,
mainly to cover that, but it was also in my mind that, once I bring Bernie on the show, the jig is going to be up with fake Bernie, aka Nelson, that he's going to, know I must be talking to Bernie and have talked to him about Facebook or something like that. And anyway, I'm just going to go, there's a comment here in this PDF I made. I'm not going to read all the comments, but in a comment that that Nelson left under the Bernie show, because this triggered him to come out and post some stuff about Bernie. This is important because Nelson may be trying to say, oh, it's not me. It's not me who made the fake Bernie channel. He writes, why would you care if Bernie Suarez lost his channel? The guy literally stood up at one of our last We Are Change LA meetings and said, who cares about 9/11? Ask Ed Brotherton and Bob Sherman. His whole channel was just InfoWars, blah, blah, blah. Further down, he writes, actually, believe it or not, Bernie Suarez was never legitimately on Facebook or any of the main social media platforms. This, in fact, made him useless for our We Are Change LA chapter. And he goes on and attacks him. So we have a person, I'm not going to say who does this, but they make their own fake profile, which is totally legal as long as you're not using somebody else's pictures and are not, pretending to be an actual real person. All they do is put a 9/11 truth sign as the avatar on the Facebook profile.
FOT banner.
Identifying information on it. And Eric Birdie had written in the comments here that Nelson Martins, get your facts straight and stop putting out disinfo. Bernie Suarez is absolutely
Oh yeah, I remember this is hilarious.
And then Nelson said, "Show me his profile." And then
it's just like I mean, how quick you don't have to stop it, but I'm just saying.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you don't have to stop it, but you could, because it just becomes another point that I'm giving it away who I am. It's like I'm not even trying to hide that I'm Suarez in this whole rant that's going to show of me arguing and then, oh, it's funny, let it go.
And the Shanksville episode comes out. There's these guys, these hyenas are coming out of the woodworks. Now we're going to meet some other characters in this whole play. We're going to begin in the comments under the Shanksville show. Nelson Martins posts a link to one of his either podcasts or movies or something, saying easiest one to debunk.
I don't have a podcast.
And then Eric Birdie, the good guy, our own white hat here, says, back spreading disinfo, I see. And something I just want to point out, Eric Birdie might come off as obnoxious a little bit here. He's doing this for a reason. He's doing it because if you can make these guys mad, they fall off.
It's down. Probably McKee, whoever is in this fake profile, this Eric Bernie party's doing. That's probably. It's some fake. Yeah, he's admitting. I mean, Steele's admitting. Yeah, this is a fake profile. Arguing with myself. Over the whole thing of Bernie Suarez really being online and on Facebook. I'm like, no, he's not.
Notice how he's dismissing his behavior.
Yeah,
saying, oh, he. Oh, by the way, this guy might sound like this, but but he's trying to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's okay when you do it, but
not with us.
Does it?
Right.
Yeah, it's not their problem,
Yeah, that's why they can't even do anything legal about putting charges on me on anything. I mean, look, compared to what they've been doing and saying before, but you can let it play because this is going to be a silly conversation.
Nelson's a very vain person, doesn't like to be challenged. doesn't like
No, Rack's wrong on that. I love being challenged.
look at on certain topics. He's
You
liable
bet-
to
yeah,
give up more
really.
information. So pardon Eric Birdie's obnoxiousness, but it's all being done within a strategy here. So again, Nelson posts the Jason
master plan.
We're supposedly debunking Jason Burmis. Eric Birdie says backspreading disinfo. I see. Now suddenly this other guy, Adam Fitzgerald, who is always like a team with Nelson Martins, and we'll get to him in a minute. He writes, "I bet you couldn't even raise one issue with what is there." And then Nelson Martins chimes in, "Eric Birdie, you are disinfo, you kook." And then Eric Birdie writes, "Nelson Martins, I debunked you last week. Now you're going after Burmis?" To which Adam Fitzgerald is coming to Nelson.
I don't even know what it was for, but
Burmis is a no-planer and no hijacker. You didn't debunk anything or anyone. And then Adam Fitzgerald writes to follow up, "Nelson, this guy's a dead profile, a nobody." And then Eric Birdie writes, "Listen, Nosferatu, this idiot claimed Bernie Suarez doesn't have a Facebook profile."
That's pretty good.
Yeah, they didn't even get into the see, this is perfect. They're not even getting into the argument of what we're talking about with Burmis, and now they just want to talk about Suarez. I'm like, you got your trivial fact on truthers on social media. Oh, that's more important than what than what makes us truthers. Yeah, keep going.
That's just funny, actually.
Oh yeah.
What to suck your blood?
PM showing that he does. This guy doesn't do his research at all. Just throw stuff out there to get attention. So Eric Birdie's making a big issue of the fact that Nelson said Bernie doesn't have a Facebook profile. It's a dumb issue to argue over, but there's a whole strategy behind this.
But it's a dumb issue to argue with. But it's podcast
true.
material for you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got to fill up the time somehow.
Yeah.
But he puts in quotes, "This idiot claimed Bernie Suarez doesn't have a Facebook profile. I sent him a PM showing he does. I don't have any message from you, you liar. Where is it? Where is Suarez's profile at, coward? Why don't you just post it here, creep?" This is like a comic book. Eric Birdie then writes, "I sent it last week in a PM because you seem like a sensitive lad, and if I embarrassed you publicly, you might eat a tub of ice cream and start crying." Keep in mind, again, this is not a good person that we're dealing with in Nelson Martins. And then Eric Birdie posts
not a good person.
Link.
Yeah, not a good. You're a rabble rouser.
Yeah. Bad.
Picture of the PM he sent Nelson the week before. Nelson responds, "Lad, let me ask you something. Did you bother to speak to Bernie or this profile at all? Did you outrage or have you ever reached out to confirm anything? I'm sure," and then he tags all these people, "Ed Brotherton, Adam Fitzgerald, Sean Russell would like to see this." Eric Birdie responds, "LOL, I got a better one. This shows Nelson Martins is a shill that lies or doesn't do his research." And then he posts the fake Bernie profile there in the comments to upend Nelson. Now, Eric Birdie is trying to lose this argument. All right. He's not trying to win this. He's trying to lose this. He's acting like he's trying to win.
Right.
Sure, Andy.
Right.
Well, I'm right here. Can't wait to see this unfold, actually. And then he follows up, "So, Eric, did you manage to contact Bernie Suarez?" So Adam Fitzgerald is acting like he's in the know about this fake Facebook profile. So it's not
not true at the time.
Oh, you didn't know at the time. Oh, okay.
No, it is true because you told me previous to this. Well, first of all, I think he's talking about a recent conversation. So if it's within the 3-month time frame.
It's longer than that. This is like 6 months ago, probably, or maybe even longer.
If it was six, I didn't know then.
Yeah.
I knew at the beginning of the summer. So if it was 6 months, I didn't know then.
Yeah.
Nelson is a dirtbag here doing this stuff. All these guys, you're going to see from this conversation, all these guys know about this fake Facebook profile, which is a slimy thing to do.
Well, by the way, if everybody knew,
even though I'm
surprised.
Yeah, it's a slimy thing to do, even though I'm arguing with a fake profile. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And Eric Birdie responds to Adam Fitzgerald, "Why would I need to contact him? That's his profile right there. You're just trying to distract from the fact that your boy has been ousted as a liar or outed as a liar." And then somebody named Sean Russell said, "Eric Birdie is a fake profile. He's not here with honest intentions. Each of his comments on this thread are crooked or outright false." Now, Sean Russell might be the smartest one in this entire gaggle. I'm not saying he's smart. I'm just saying, the other guy set the bar
He's
pretty.
smarter than you. And he's smarter than McKee. I think at this point, Rocky from Mask is smarter than you. My goodness, you sound like a bunch of idiots at this point.
Yeah.
Passionately. Just arguing over fake profiles.
Yeah.
Low. Eric Birdie responds to that. Sean Russell, outing liars and shills is the most honest thing anyone can do. Apparently, the sensitive boy can't fight his own battles and has to call out to his rehab buddies.
Oh.
And then Sean Russell starts to scold him and lecture him. Now, at this point, the fake Bernie profile shows up and says, Sean Russell, oh, yeah, it's me, all right. I sucked Craig McKee's dick one time. And then Nelson Martins immediately follows up. He's interviewing now this fake Bernie profile. So what he's doing is he's jumping into this profile because he's
it's amazing.
Anonymous troll on Facebook. So he's jumping on the fake Facebook profile to demonstrate that this is not really Bernie.
Yeah.
Making Bernie say all of these
and these guys want to turn all this conversation into a radio show play.
Right. It's a big soap opera.
Right.
I feel bad for if you're listening to
join us tomorrow on the special edition of
with the music.
We apologize that we have to have this associated to our work with 9/11. We don't, this is a waste of time. People shouldn't be fixated on this, but we have to defend ourselves, and these are things that have that have needed to be said years ago. So literal.
Right, perfectly said.
Oh, really? Tell us more, Bernie. This is what Nelson Martins writes. And then the fake Bernie writes, yeah, I also have a great voice. He's mocking Bernie because Bernie's, a great musician here. And Nelson says, well, how about you show...
You should just play that on that clip of him. No, keep going. I'm sorry. Just keep going.
I'm not gonna bash him.
Eric Birdie, it's hard to tell because this conversation is all scattered. You know how Facebook is? It's all scattered around different comments and stuff. So Eric Birdie, wanting to lose this argument, says, WTF, is that you, Nelson? And then Eric Birdie writes, so you're an even bigger liar. And Nelson writes, liar, what are you talking about? We're debating about who's right or wrong. You really think that's Bernie Suarez now? Am I right? And Eric Birdie says, what are you trying to say or prove? So you're saying this is not Bernie. Oh. And Nelson writes, I'm saying that I'm right and you're wrong, and that you're the type of fool that'll post memes and conspiracy blogs without checking its validity. And I'm just right regarding
you won't even check a profile for its validity. That you won't. The guy doesn't even check and look at the Bernie profiles. Oh, that's him. You can look at it and you can tell that's not a real profile of him. It's only got 2 photos. It's giving mixed messages. Yeah. That's my point. Yes.
Brand new.
Yeah.
In
other words, they investigate Facebook profiles to prove its validity or non-validity the same way they investigate 9/11.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We'll just believe.
Yeah. It's the blog's color. It's got color. It's sparkly.
It serves the interests of 9/11 Truth or regularly 9/11 Truth for years, to be recognized by Richard Gage or whatever retards he has moderating his platforms, to all of a sudden have sympathy for Suarez, to be losing his QAnon garbage channel in which he has the audacity as a Trump supporter proclaiming to have distanced himself from Alex. I mean, just going off into all this unrelated stuff, obsessing over Alex Jones. Eric Birdie responds, if you're right and I'm wrong, judging from the Bernie comments, then you're saying Bernie's profile is actually you? That's the only way you could be right. And then Eric Birdie follows up, you don't seem bright enough to checkmate like that, so I'm guessing you're full of it. Just wanted to see if Nelson will completely confess here. And Nelson writes, Eric Birdie, maybe it is me and maybe it is not, but certainly it's not Bernie. I don't seem bright enough to checkmate, really? Show me your contributions to the truth movement, other than what you think being a social media troll is. Where's your profile as being a street activist? If not, where's your production and research articles and films? Yes, I'm more than just right about Bernie's presence on social media. I'm right that all he was to We Are Change was a liability and deterrent for more members, for our organization to grow. Ask Ed Brotherton, tags him. He knows Bernie better than I do. So you got to go to Ed Brotherton.
I'm supposed to be ashamed of all this, saying all this?
Right. At least we're admitting that, we do not know something. Yeah. We'll go to the person who knows something.
Well, thankfully, finally, the message is getting to Bernie now. Yes.
Thank you, guys. Keep going. Calling out for help. And then Eric Birdie says, maybe it's me and maybe it's not. What are you, some coquettish teenage girl? If it's you, then grow a pair and own it. Then I'll concede that you're right on that one point. Otherwise, I can't waste time deciphering little girl signals from DJ Thermal underwear. Eric Birdie follows up. Who are you and why did you show up? Oh, this was actually to somebody else. There was other conversations going on. Yeah. It's maybe a response to Ed Brotherton. But Ed Brotherton also writes, Eric Birdie, just in case you don't know how Facebook works, when someone tags your name in a comment and my notification. So he's explaining a bunch of stuff about Facebook. And he says, I made a comment because I actually happen to know about the situation in question as far as who I am. I ran the We Are Change Los Angeles for several years and was there when Bernie started acting a fool. And then Ed Brotherton says this, Nelson's right on all the above. Bernie doesn't have a social media presence, and then goes on to complain about Bernie some more. So this shows that Ed Brotherton is in on this whole Facebook profile too.
Yeah.
So he's not innocent. He knows.
How does that prove him in on it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to make. They're trying to make it grow like this is like a this is a psyop. It's a psychological operation.
Yeah,
you know,
COINTELPRO. I had to go to freaking the farm for 6 months to learn how to freaking trick Bernie. And
all we need to let him know is, look, Bernie, the CIA is paying us more than you because your work sucks as a CIA agent. You are not as good as us.
That we need to impersonate you to make it seem plausible. You.
Right.
A guy who can't even afford his own wooden guitar.
Bernie as well. So it's this whole gaggle of people in on this. Nelson Martinson says, he goes on to talk about Bernie some more and We Are Change LA. And Nelson ends up saying himself, Eric Butt Birdie, because Eric Birdie's pretending to be on Nelson's intelligence level. Like that's going to offend him. And then the fake Bernie, Nelson, writes, Ed Brotherton, Nelson Martins, Adam Fitzgerald, and John Locke are correct. And I have a small penis. That is Nelson Martins, folks. That is DJ Thermal Detonator. That is the person that you should listen to over AE 911 Truth. Don't focus on the towers.
Yeah.
Stop right there. Yes. That is the person you should listen to over them.
Yeah, well, I'm one person it's worth listening to, but there's others. But yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like if you're so disgusted by Nelson Martin, DJ Thermal Detonator, and what he represents, I am here to say he is still more right than you.
If we're to go by vulgar actions as being something that we should dissuade from, well then Bobby Knight, former Indiana Hoosiers basketball coach for men, is one of the worst coaches of all time. Yet he has numerous records. I think he's like second or third all time in wins. 2 national championships under his belt, numerous players that went to the NBA. One of them was Isaiah Thomas. And he was considered a genius, mastermind genius. And yet, at the same time, he was the most crass and vulgar person. But yet, his players were totally dedicated to him. And, they knew that his vulgar actions was meant to invigorate the players in itself. Is all right. He wants them to do well. That doesn't necessitate his work. In the same fashion that Nelson Martins could tell you, go F yourself, you're a slob, this and that, your mother is a pig and this and that, doesn't negate the fact one bit that his work, which is enormous in its own right, just this year alone, is magnificent. And he's the only filmmaker that's putting out new films. I don't see you guys, and I'm not saying architects and engineers, talk about you guys, and yeah, you're a cult.
The rest of the movement in general.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So you guys, McKee, Steele, Bernie Suarez, you guys don't put anything out. I mean, Andy Steele, you don't even put good content out on FreeFall anymore. You used to. I mean, there was some good episodes you had there. But you're interviewing the likes of Adam Syed, Sheila Casey, Do I really need to get into that? Sheila Casey, who said this?
I would like to say that I don't believe that David Chandler should be given any space at all to speak on this teleconference, either now or at another time, because this is a teleconference of truthers, people who are questioning the official story and have good reason to question the official story. If we want to hear the official story, we can go to the New York Times or CNN. We don't need to come here.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
But they all believe that.
Okay, that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing.
That's my opinion. I don't be given room to. Don't believe he's a truther. Believe he should be here.
You're not free to tell on me and other people on this call, Sheila. So I'm going to warn you. If you do that again, you're going to be bounced off the call.
Not free to do what?
Attack other people in the truth movement.
No, I don't believe he's in the truth movement.
This is Michael Cook. All right, I'm officially calling you out of order for the future on that question. Okay. And if you try it again,
your opinion, you asked for me to speak, and this is what I believe. We should, if you really want to have open, honest debate, you should allow people to speak. You do not agree with Ken.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
Yeah, hello.
Out of order.
If you want to have open and honest debate, you should allow people to speak. Yes, here she is. Want to shut up somebody so to keep them from speaking. But she doesn't want open honest debate. Come on, people. This is like, what the hell's wrong with you people?
Well,
it's like,
all to be. I mean, first of all, she said the 9/11 Commission, the official version comes from New York Times and newspapers. Like, no, it comes from the Commission report. It comes from, that's the final word of it all. But there was
hypocrisy right in front of your face. It's like, they're just telling you. I mean, they're just spewing it. It's like, hello.
She just was more rabid and says, no. I have a right to piss on all those Flight 77 victims.
I have a right to piss, but nobody
piss on
else
them.
does. You know?
No, piss on them. And that's it. That's no, 9/11 truth movements to serve the victims' families too.
Don't sit there and preach that people have a right to X while you're sitting there screaming and hooping and hollering because somebody wants to exercise that same right you're proclaiming.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's insanity.
And to think, and to think that they're still more pissed off at people like Nelson and myself because we're vulgar and crass. Yet here you have the very people who you support and interview calling David Chandler not a truther because he actually knows Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Not just that, but it's like it's also a situation where it's like, okay, what if Adam, you or me or whoever, what if they have the golden goose in this whole problem? What if they have the answer, the solution to this whole 9/11 problem? What if they have the who? They know who did it. They know who, what, when, where, how, why, but you can't get past the fact that you don't like Nelson because he's crass or rude or whatever. Now you're going to sit there and block yourself from the knowledge you can obtain from him because you don't like him. And that's your excuse for dismissing his information or not even looking at it to begin with. That's not how it works, guys. Sorry. There's going to be people in this movement you're not going to like. Get over it. But they might know something.
Yeah, I just thought that was really funny. I mean, I don't want to, we don't go off subject, but just how Casey, she opens up and says, the whole point of the movement is to question the official story. It's okay. Yeah.
What's the official story?
Yeah. It's like, well, it's like, do I question the validity of the sidewalk on ground zero? Was it real? Was the streets real? I mean, there's no end. There's no end. It's like
there's thousands of data points. Official story.
Yeah. If everyone, if everything from the airports get to be fake and the planes and all that, then everybody that shows up at the Twin Towers is fake too. It's like, might as well join the people that say that mannequins were thrown out of the buildings instead. And there are people who believe that believe that the buildings were really hollow, that it was just all Hey, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to question the official story. Question the official building. Question the validity of the Twin Towers.
This is right, because as long as you could get to negate the official narrative that there were hijackers and hijacked planes involved, anything goes and it's plausible.
Yeah. I mean, they're silly. They're telling us like should question and doubt the fucking plane hit, and like, well, why is there shit on the fucking lawn? Why is there debris on the lawn? Why is the building? Why is the plane all over the place?
Because it was planted.
Yeah, but then they have the
You don't
responsibility.
know that?
Right, then they have the responsibility to go and prove that debris was planted.
Well, then you got to
Oh, we have
explode.
those pictures.
It's all scattered.
We have those pictures of those operatives running around with it in their hands.
I would have hired them to be picking fruit and all that, because they're gonna, they must be able to do that stuff fast. I mean, the biggest pieces in the world, like in broad daylight. Oh, hey, get the light pole catapult ready to hit Lloyd England in the window. Get the mechanism. I'm like, get the wrecking ball to hit the generator so we can make the round lump of the engine. Is that what they did?
No, don't forget to take out the retaining wall and clip the top of the tree.
Yeah, exactly. Clip the top of the tree. Make sure it's round like the engine. Well, why do you come up with this stuff? Well, because I'm a writer. That's right, Mr. McKee. But I guess you've never done lawn work. You've never done menial labor. Must got soft palms, soft hands.
I bet you he does.
Yeah. Real man you are, McKee. Real man.
9/11 was actually a much scarier event. We couldn't surrender our rights and our freedoms fast enough. Government is actually protecting us from the greater plot that was going to happen.
The funny thing is, I hate to intercept, but they talk about the government and taking away the right. You're doing the work of the government, by the way, by negating them from 9/11. For example, I know you don't know this, but Nelson, I know Ed, I know you know it. Alex Station, for example, that's the CIA virtual station where they were collecting data about Al Qaeda all throughout the world, and it basically had interagencies working in it, the FBI, the NSA at some level. So they were collecting human and signals intelligence here. Now they knew about these hijackers well in advance. They were inside the United States. Allegedly, they were here January 2000. I think some of them were even here before that. I mean, I've interviewed Ken Williams, Phoenix Memo. Hani Hanjo was studying at the University of Arizona in 1992. Let's just take it from January 2000, right? So January 2000, hijackers were living here openly, using their names, everything, even living with a FBI informant in San Diego.
Yeah.
Ironically, Abdus Sheikh, right?
Yeah, sad.
He's living there. Alex Station, the CIA knew about these hijackers here, didn't share the information with the FBI or the State Department. So when, after 9/11 happens, CIA, George Tenet goes before the Joint House Inquiry and the 9/11 Commission and testifies. Carl Levin is the only one that I can remember where he says, well, who read the cable about Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi coming to the United States? George Tenet lied. He basically said, I don't know who read that cable. Well, I could tell you right now, it was Michelle Ann Casey. She was in charge of the Yemen hub ticket, which is where Al Qaeda communications were coming from. And they knew about the hijackers coming inside the United States, and she read the cable. But guess what? She wasn't the only one. 53 agents read the freaking cable. That just tells you there's a wider conspiracy involving not just one agent, 53 agents. And they didn't say a thing, right? All this disappears because you don't believe in hijackers. Because if there's no hijackers, there's no Alex Station, which is monitoring who? The hijackers. Who were assisting the hijackers? CIA. They weren't alone. I just named one area. I didn't mention the Israelis. I didn't mention the Saudis because that's a bigger conversation, and I don't want to take up too much time. But you guys get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the reason
why. It's a trail. It's a trail.
Right.
It's a trail. They want to have their CIA implication that you better follow it because you don't have CIA at the airports faking fucking planes. You don't have anything. You got a lot of it. There's a lot of anomalies about the hijackings at the airports. Like, trust me, I cover it. I'm covering it in a new film. And by the way, you were saying, how much work I put out. I mean, last year I put out 3 9/11 films. One on the GWB, one on on the 1993 bombing, 5 hours, and then the 6 hours film Bojinka. This anniversary, I have a new film coming out, Inside Job, Boston Logan 9/11. cover-ups, aborted hijackings, and expositions. So, yeah, I'm going to have all that stuff covered about the, about the airports and all that. So, yeah, they don't have it. There's no CIA trail. There's no swap planes. There's no. Everything's been tracked.
Well, it's all disappears.
All of it disappears if you. Yeah, exactly. That's the only CIA. Exactly your point. Is like my point. I'm sorry.
Right,
But
no,
yeah,
no,
it's
no, go ahead. Finish.
no, it's like yes. The only way you're going to have a CIA complicity to this whole thing is going to looking at Alex Station, and what the feds were doing. Like, why weren't they, on top of these people when they got into the country too? So that's the only way.
And why wouldn't the CIA tell the FBI?
Yeah,
Well, because their excuse was, we were trying to turn them.
yeah.
So you're trying to turn the two guys who couldn't speak English.
And then here's the thing: shouldn't you have a problem with the CIA turning them if that's what's going on?
Exactly.
Because I do. I have a problem with them, especially after 9/11. You think it was like, whoa, we're fighting the war on terrorism. No, we're investing into terrorism.
Right. Right.
That's what they were doing. That's what all this flipping is.
And that's what they did again in 2011. CIA was actually covered. There was an operation headed by General David Petraeus, who served under Barack Obama. And it was called Timber Sycamore, which was basically us, the United States, along with the Saudis, which was approved by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, as well as King Abdullah of Jordan. Timber Sycamore, which was basically the United States funding and training who? Syrian jihadists to overthrow Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Yeah. Big.
So look at that, right?
Yeah. So I guess, folks, for people listening in, as we're not all drama today, we're still trying to cram some historical facts in there for you.
Yeah,
we don't want to, so keep on going.
Yeah.
Through all of that, it certainly doesn't make me smarter. I actually think I lost intelligence points reading all of that to you. But
you'll learn things from listening to us. Keep going. Go ahead.
Not only that Nelson is most likely fake Bernie. He jumps in the profile to win this argument with an internet troll, but all these guys are in it. All these guys are these serious researchers. These guys who take 9/11 so seriously, as one of them says in his videos, that they feel that creating a fake Facebook profile, this is a good use of their time. And they're saying all of these disgusting things in Bernie's name. And
we need to use it to promote it. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everything that's being, all these disgusting things that is being said in Bernie's name is a far cry from what the actual Bernie actually said.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Absolutely.
And he just wants to win an argument with an anonymous troll over something stupid. Although it's not entirely stupid, because it's actually a crime, at least in California, to impersonate a real person without their permission and use it to misrepresent or slander them. It's actually considered cyberbullying. Conviction could result up to a year in jail and a fine of $1,000.
Oh, I could use the free housing. Free meals, yeah.
Oh.
All right, let me just point, because I had this webpage up. This is from a lawyer named Daniel Perman. He's out of California, because I wanted to keep it, it's California law. And this is what he thinks California internet impersonation law is. And I'll quote you. Quote, since internet enforcement is new, many are aware that actions may constitute a crime. If a person is impersonating somebody on Facebook and they include personal documentation of the person they're harassing or death threats, it's considered a crime. I didn't hear in any of that conversation about Bernie Suarez, the fake one, where he was doxing people or threatening people.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay. So that's the only thing. Do you think California authorities, out of the huge state of California, are going to waste resources on a guy impersonating a Q supporter with his name obviously spelled wrong, with the FOT banner, and they're going to waste thousands of dollars for a $200 crime and a year in jail? I want what you're smoking, Andy. That's all I want. Here.
Yeah.
That happened here. But notice too, again, as I said, Adam Fitzgerald acts like he's in the know about the truth behind the Bernie profile with his statement. Anyway, all that stuff that I just read there, we'll start with Bernie. What's your response to all that?
Oh.
Well, Andy, that's a lot of information. When I hear all of that, I'm thinking of the bigger picture. See, I'm a very busy person nowadays, but it is interesting to see that exchange. And I think Craig brought up some points earlier that are very important, and they are worth repeating again. That after I said that they're trying to control the information, but that is because they want people to censor themselves. They want people to be afraid to approach certain topics. And that's one of the ways they do it. So I want to throw that out.
That makes sense.
I brought that up. Now, as far as, this is a legal issue, as you brought up. I have already been in contact for some time now with attorneys, and, I won't say anything else about that. But yeah, this is a very serious, this is a crime, what's happened. So I'm sure that these guys are going to be in damage control after this podcast, right?
You're ruined. It's over.
Get going.
But again, notice that, and this is straight out of, we talk about COINTELPRO, straight out of it. Anyone who reads, even if you pick up David Ray Griffin's book, Cognitive Infiltration.
Yeah, you were friends with COINTELPRO, dude. You were so smart. You didn't figure it out all those years. You didn't figure it out. You're not too bright, kid.
Holy cow.
Well, he throws the word around like we're like
What's up? Go ahead.
He throws the word around like we went to the farm for a couple of years, get trained by a bunch of, spooks, and like we're doing like,
Yeah, our movement's so valid and so important. Yeah,
we're learning how to do drops and exchanging information all covertly. That's just so stupid.
It's just like, dude, you're so full of it. It's just like he's just so. It's like, how important would the truth movement be to do that? To put to infiltrate to that level. I mean,
you don't need to because they got them.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean that's why I made the point even when later on with the whole Cass Sunstein thing. When I challenged him on that, that's why I was saying you had Reynolds, Morgan Reynolds, and Barbara Honegger, Steve Pachinik, people that do this already.
Other parts of his book, and 134 and forward, right, where the goals of these people, because he's quoting Cass Sunstein, is to discourage people. It is to insert doubts.
Yeah, following Alex Jones's orders. Because
doubts.
I would like to know what we're discouraging people from doing.
Yeah. They needed to infiltrate the truth movement right while it was already dying, right? Like in the Obama era.
What are we all discouraging people from doing?
Oh, I know.
If somebody wants to adopt a bullshit theory, fine. Okay. But my whole thing is when you're presented with evidence that contradicts your theory, that becomes a discussion with the other person. Now, how they handle that discussion, how they handle that evidence is up to them. But I have no problem with somebody, one who wants to espouse a theory, but don't sit there and play stupid after you've got evidence presented to you, and then you move the goalposts over and over and over and over again in order to keep your cognitive dissonance, in order to keep your confirmation bias going. So I'd like to know if I'm doing anything, I'm trying to encourage people to get over the cognitive dissonance. That's what I want to do. That's what
I will follow that up. God forbid if someone like myself and Nelson want your audience to become aware that not only was 9/11 a bigger operation, which would mean that goes against the official narrative of 1910.
Right.
This is not necessarily Al-Qaeda we're talking about. It could be somebody the United States trained, and it wouldn't be the first time that they train militants, right, to conduct an operation for a greater geopolitical goal. Not only that, we also want them to learn about the Israeli ring which is bigger than what your audience previously thinks. So that Gelatin B or
Yeah.
someone's taking pictures of them placing bombs in a window, right? It was only 5 guys. Meanwhile, the reality is the art student ring was over 200 people. And they were infiltrating the FBI and the DEA to get signals intelligence about what they probably heard regarding the operation that's happening with the hijackers as well. Because
Or giving them cover, or giving the protecting the hijackers, giving them cover.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there's not just one ring. It would actually 3, the drug ring, that's Cookie Ogeron and later. But then you had the DEA and the FBI, the art student ring, the biggest one. And then you had the moving companies, right? But all of this doesn't exist because Craig McKee and Andy Steele and Bernie Suarez want you to believe that there was no hijackers. Because there's no hijackers, guess what happens? All these
There's no Israelis.
are gone.
Yeah, there's no Israelis.
They don't exist. Because who's urban moving systems following? Who are they monitoring? Who are they assisting, right? Who are they looking at? Because they didn't tell the FBI. They didn't tell the State Department this. How did they know that the Hamburg cell of Ziad Jarrah, Marwan al-Shehi, and Mohammed Atta were inside the United States from day one? How did they know that? Unless they were told something. Or maybe they have a mole inside the movie. That's a theory that maybe and Nelson are working on.
Yeah.
And that's going into Ziad Jarrah's family, who, by the way, you claim doesn't exist. Well, guess what? Ziad Jarrah had a cousin, Ali al-Jarrah, who was a Mossad operative for 25 years in Lebanon. He had a brother, Joseph al-Jarrah, who allegedly was helping him for 10 years. He had an uncle, Assam al-Jarrah, who Nelson has extensively covered. And he was a spy for Germany, Israel, and
Libya. Libya, Stasi, East German. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And by the way, this doesn't exist because you don't believe in hijackers.
Guys, you're not supposed to talk about that. We don't want anybody to know.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's just like, how are these people to react? I mean, look, if we're, are they just like, well, we don't want to believe the hijackers because then we don't really have a problem with 9/11? Like, no, you should. Right. There's still a big problem how everything's been processed. I mean, if
they want to get rid of planes and hijackers because they're too fucking lazy to do the work you guys do.
More conspirators. Why did they let them go? Why are they free Israelis? Go ahead, Ed.
That's it. Yeah, they're too damn lazy to do the work that's required that you guys have done, and because they're too lazy, they're limited as to what their viewpoint is. They're in a limited hangout, and they can't get any further in their research. They can't get any further into getting an actual real investigation to bring justice for the victims.
Yeah,
which is ultimately what this is all about.
It's absolutely. And
disgusting.
we don't even know.
If you can't read if you got 3,000 people who died that day, and you can't read a freaking document. If you can't read a document that's got some good intel on it, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. And look, it's like, look, Ed, at least get the fuck out of the way.
Look, with all these extra people arrested, like this, Andy will allude, Mr. Steele will allude, you're saying it's a bigger operation, all these extra, Muslim or Arab suspects. Like, hey, I don't know if all these people are Al-Qaeda. Right, they could be ISIS. ISIS has already existed. These are bigger, organizations even coming together. I don't know if these people are secular Arabs. Right. If they're Marxist Arabs. I don't know if this was, if there were Americans involved, or even, South American narco terrorists, people who were anti-American. I don't know if the IRA was involved. They could have been involved too. They could have been giving aid to some cells, some of them. I don't know. I know most of it is going to be Middle Eastern. I know that. I mean, I know it's good, but if I'm alluding to this larger conspiracy, huge manpower, it could be something. It's not simple as Al-Qaeda. It's not the propaganda, framework of just being this Al-Qaeda. It's something bigger, and it's dangerous because it can happen again.
And that would go against the official narrative that was purported to you by the federal government. Oh, it was just 19 hijackers.
Yeah. Yeah, there may have been, people don't understand. There's good reason to believe there were Iraqis involved. Not Saddam Iraqis, not people for Saddam, but I'm talking about secular Iraqis that helped these fundamentalists because they knew they were going to get the pretext they wanted. They wanted to overthrow Saddam. They knew they ran us like a bitch. Quit thinking that we're running them like a bitch. We're the fools. And the popularity of 9/11 Truth proves that we're fools. We're as fooled as the normal people.
20 years.
Yes.
That's the best you got, a comic book.
About whatever topic it may be. And they also seek to divide people and to alter your belief. They want to, a lot of people call that cognitive infiltration. But it's ultimately about controlling the information. And while they're at it, they take the individuals that are a threat to them that do speak freely, and they discredit these individuals. So this account, creating a fake Bernie account.
I don't need to discredit anybody. Your views already discredit yourself.
That's a mic drop.
Bernie as much as it is anything else. And for the record, no one has said this, but throughout these passages, right, these back and forth, we have the perpetrator, Nelson. The fake Bernie account doesn't even know how to spell his last name correctly. So they're switching the E and the U. But even throughout the different threads, I think you said something about these people are not too smart. Yeah, no kidding. They can't even get it straight on how to spell the last name. So,
we're trying so hard. We're just trying so hard. I'm trying so hard to be Bernie. Keep going.
Not even it was on purpose.
He spells the last name correctly, and then a couple minutes later, he spells it incorrectly. So these are not very good. I mean, if these are operative, they're not very good at it. So
Either
we're brilliant or we're dumb. Make up your mind here.
Another point away.
Make up your exactly scatterbrain. He's always been scatterbrained.
Something out of this. And the big questions we should be asking ourselves is not only why they're attacking me, and we're going to see that they are attacking other people, right? Like Craig and others. But why, what topics we should be focusing on those topics. And no one should be surprised that when it's all over, what they are doing, they're simply repackaging the official story, which means they are reintroducing the 9/11 Commission report.
Yes. We're saying the Iraq War was right, and going to Afghanistan was right, and the Mossad is part of the Al Qaeda, and that's normal. And yeah, you make a lot of sense, Bernie.
When have we ever promoted the Iraq War? Bernie, you're not even on social media. So how do you know what we're putting out?
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. Let me just, God's sake.
Shut up and accept the 9/11 Commission. Shut up and accept the official.
Never said that.
So
Never ever said that.
In regard to 9/11, but as you can see, also they don't restrict themselves to attacking topics within 9/11. And everyone should also be aware, and I encourage people listening to this to do their own research. If you research what these guys are always saying,
exactly,
you will find that there is a symbiosis. There's this kind of correlation between what they say and the propaganda that's regularly put out by entities like Media Matters and like Lead Stories and Fact Check and Snopes.
Well, he's all mad at Media Matters because we'll get into that one. Keep going. Just let it go. Yeah.
These entities, these media entities that all work together to create whatever narrative. So it's no surprise, for some reason, the Pentagon issue jumps out at me that just like these other entities like Media Matters and all those entities I just mentioned, they too always attack Alex Jones. Even though who knows what Jones is putting out nowadays, but they're worried about information that was put out years ago. It's a threat to their narrative. So I encourage people to look at the big picture.
And you opened up that door with Sandy Hook. You helped open that up. It's your fault, Bernie.
Right.
Yeah. If you're all saying like, oh, they're retroactively going back into the old stuff in the 9/11 truth. Well, yeah, crisis actors, all your stupid fake hoax bullshit.
Not us.
So they scaled it, roll it back, cleaning things out, and guess what? Kind of happy they are. It gives me room that allows me to have my films. Well, all the stupid hoaxers get to go away. I'm glad they're getting rid of no planer stuff on YouTube. Sorry, it's not the truth. It's brainwash. It's bullshit. It's damaging.
And you see this is another area where I disagree with Nelson, and because I want them to say their mind, because I could point out who the crackpots are.
Yeah.
But then again, I can understand why Nelson wants you off the air, because you basically intentionally mislead hundreds of thousands of people. And if you're loose change, it's in the tens of millions. Yeah,
Man,
the argument with loose change is that, it opened up a lot of people to question the official narrative. Yeah, down a dead end. Thanks.
Yeah.
Because the official narrative still sounds a lot more believable than what Craig McKee believes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it does.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Mickey Mouse characters being outed by other fake characters, whoever this Eric Birdie is, right?
Yep, he's a silent guardian, a watchful protector. Some could say a dark knight. Craig, your name came up in there. You got any comments?
Well, I would. One thing that occurs to me is that you're talking about the fake Bernie profile and how that's a crime. Well, how about somebody under a fake name saying that I work for the Canadian Intelligence Service and live in Ottawa with my family?
Yeah, that's a crime. I said it. I'm Louis Napoli, by the way. Yeah. Wow, what a crime. You have a loving family, and you're a hockey dad. A crime.
And also worked for Mossad and the CIA. I would assume that's a crime as well.
The unwitting, unknowing psychopolitical operative.
Right. I mean, you're the one misleading people. I'm not. I could prove it. Right. So why are you still misleading people? You don't like it when you don't mind when people like Eric Sandstrom do it to people for longer than I have. I only did it for a couple of months. Nelson, I think, only had that, 5 months, maybe not even. All right. He had that profile for a month. And we were joking with you. We didn't even threaten you. We didn't dox you. We did none of that. Right. You guys, you did far more than that. You went and allowed Eric Sandstrom to put our photos in his profile and then put where we live, where we worked with David Chandler. That was true, because that's where I saw the Kelly David comment. So somebody should go and tell him a thing or two, right? I didn't say that. I only go to your page, maybe as a fake profile under my name, and call you like you're an idiot for promoting this no plane crap. That's the worst of it. And that's what Nelson does too. That's the worst of our crimes. You guys are much more malicious. Yeah, you do it with less profanity. Good for you, right? But you intentionally mislead people and you dox people on purpose. And you stay quiet when people in your group dox people and threaten people and send death threats to David Chandler and Wayne Cossey in email for close to 10 years.
The only thing we'd have to do is absolutely conclusively tie, Lou Napoli back to Nelson Martins. But
good luck.
There's crimes being committed all around here. And I do want to say, there are a number of issues that are brought up in sort of creating all of this disinformation. And this really is a disinformation campaign that has, this is not just an isolated thing. It's important for people to understand it. It's not an isolated thing.
What information? You haven't talked about it yet.
This stuff has been going on in the truth movement for at least 15 years. And in terms of the Facebook part of it, Facebook has certainly been a central location for a lot of this stuff. The core thing that has really tied all this together, and this is why I believe it is very important, is the Pentagon issue. But I think there are other things that they're bringing into it too. And you mentioned Shanksville, Andy. This group you're talking about is kind of suggesting that it's ridiculous to think that a plane didn't crash in that field at Shanksville. Like they're
really.
Yeah. He's got the fast plane plant, part, yeah. All over, they did it at the Pentagon, they did it at Shanksville. They went and carved a plane-shaped hole in the ground, too.
Like Kanye West.
Yeah. Yeah, and, it's all just coincidence that the trees are all singed in the direction of the fucking fireball, and that the engine is blasted out hundreds of yards away in direction and congruent with the way that it nosedived. Oh,
God forbid we had residents who were actually there and saw a plane nosedive into the ground.
And guess what the witnesses were? Crisis actors.
They're in on it.
They're in on it.
That's your defense.
Yeah.
That's what.
I destroyed Burmis and all this. Too bad I don't make it public.
Oh my God!
But it's on my Patreons. If you guys want to see me destroy the Shanksville thing, you can look. I have a trailer for it. It's called Jason Burmis Going to the Tin Shed, and I'll get you to my Patreon link where I cover all this and very well, and also explaining anomalies and things that are wrong with that flight, just like the things that Adam was mentioning earlier with Ziad Jarrah. So
right now, just to give a quick update about what he's talking about, Jason Burmis actually interviewed John McDermott from the New Yorker magazine, in which he critiqued the movie Loose Change. And to his credit, McDermott came and went on Jason Burmis' show, and Jason Burmis remarked saying that if you could show me any plane crash that looks similar to Flight 93, I will not only retract my statements, I'll stop showing the clips, right? Yeah. So Nelson showed him, I was a Pan Am...
1771?
No,
PSA 1771.
1771. And by the way, Burmis has him blocked. And I said, well, he's probably not going to see it. Well, hopefully he can get, his associates from that show that he runs now, but nothing as that. And then I made a video saying the German wings 8925, which was more recent, crashed into the Alps, and the largest piece of the plane they found was the wheel. Yeah. So I thought of it. Burmis actually remarked to me, called me a troll. I guess that's what research does.
Mocking the idea. Whereas I think the idea that a plane crashed and buried itself under the ground is something that should be mocked. But they mock.
And so that goes along with the victims. Mock the victims. Mock everything.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and that's why we mock you, McKee, because you say stuff just as callous as that.
That's right. That's why we do this.
Yes.
That's why we pick on you, McKee. And that's why I'll say it again. I hate you personally. I think you're just a disgusting person.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I don't know you personally outside of your real life. You could be a great person outside, but on here, when it comes to 9/11,
he might be a cool guy to hang out and have a beer with. But when it comes to 9/11,
sorry,
we're not going to discuss
it. Baseball, exactly. Maybe I gave some good baseball lessons from you. That's about it, McKee. Maybe grammar, maybe the right poems, because you're so, but to write about the subject you're supposed to be an expert in, no.
I think he's a Calgary Flames fan.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, I mean, you could be a great person, but on Facebook, you're a disingenuous liar. And that's it. And you're a hypocrite. That's what you are.
Oh, yeah.
The plane didn't just bury itself in the ground. Basically blew up in a million pieces, because that's what happens when a plane goes at 530 miles an hour, fully loaded with 11,000 pounds of kerosene. And it's funny that you guys think it should be like a cartoon where there's a big cartoon picture of the plane on the ground and the engine should have survived.
Yeah.
What world are you living in?
Yeah, they make it. It's like, it should look like they're trying to recover the plane. I can't wait for Ken Jenkins' film on this. That's only other person putting something out new, but he's putting out a whole presentation about it for the anniversary. So,
speaking the deviates in that area from the official story. So, as Bernie said, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to create doubt. They're trying to create like a diversity of possibilities, and they're trying to ridicule any challenges to the official story. But they'll always they'll always keep some little nugget where they say, of course, I don't agree with this part of the official story, so they can avoid being labeled as simply debunkers.
Nelson.
Yeah. I just, they're just. I mean, it's just showing. I mean, it's gotta be a hoax. They've gotta believe hoax if they, to be a truther. It's just,
Let me put
it's gross.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with not believing a particular aspect of the official story?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. They even try to say that we're only trying to have a little nugget. I'm like, dude, you have a very small window. You're looking at 9/11
This is the point. They completely lack sufficient intelligence to understand the questions that arise around the 9/11. They do not have sufficient intelligence to understand it. They do not understand the questions to be asked. And because of that, they have this very narrow view of it, as just Nelson just said. And because of that, they think that we also have this narrow view of it. We think the same thing they do. They don't think that we have more knowledge than they do. And they can't accept the fact that we have more knowledge than they do. And it's not a race. It's not a contest. Right. I don't give a shit one way or the other. But the whole idea is for all of us to work together to share information. And when you get to a point where the information is being shared, contradicts for other information that's been out there, then you have a personal problem that you have to deal with respect to your own cognitive dissonance. That is your problem, nobody else's.
Right.
That's something you got to deal with personally. Something they have to deal with personally. And it's not my problem. It's not my fault they can't get it. It's not my fault they can't confront shit. It's their deal. They got to deal with it. That's their burden. That's their demon. They got to figure out how to confront.
Let me put it to you this way, and that's a great point we can add on. Ed, is that I said this earlier in the first part of what I think you think the official narrative is. And to you, the official narrative is obvious. 19 Muslims hijacked 4 planes. They crashed into Shanksville, Pentagon, and World Trade Center. And that's it. Because I never hear you talk about anything else. You don't talk about Saudi financing for Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi. You don't talk about the Israelis, the 3 rings that were inside the United States. You don't even talk about the CIA Alex station. You don't even talk about even 1993. And that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah, he won't. And as a Canadian, he won't acknowledge that there are Canadian links. Even if the official version does not add the Canadian connections, because I covered all that in Bojinka plot. What are you going to do, McKee? Deny that the border bomb plot didn't happen? That Ahmed Rassam wasn't actually in Canada? You're going to say that didn't happen when they got busted at the border? Oh, you don't know about it? Well, then you don't know shit. Because you should know the Millennium Plot.
They lack sufficient intelligence to understand the questions that arise around the 9/11.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be commenting.
That should be our summary header. Ed's point just right. That should be the summary header, because that's exactly right. And it's not our fault. Like Ed said, it's not our fault, me and Nelson or Ed here, that you lack the prerequisite to talk about this issue. That's why I said to you, McKee, you're not a researcher. You never were. But you shit on other researchers. I'm sorry to say, be obtuse here, but you shit on other researchers and then you harass them. And you got the nerve, the unmitigated nerve, to say we're doing a disservice to the public and we're the rude ones. Well, yeah, we're rude to people like you. I'm not rude to the average person on Facebook. I'm not rude to them. They're victims. You're not. You, Barbara Honegger, Jason Burmis, Rebecca Roth, Christopher Bolin, Jim Fetzer, Alex Jones. I could go on and on. Ava Ray Griffin. Yeah. Oh, Barbara Honegger, the biggest one. Yeah. You guys are the real frauds. And I will call you out till I just drop dead.
Rebecca
and
Roth.
I'm never going to stop either. Never. Because what you guys did to 9/11, in my personal view, is irredeemable. Yeah. Because 20 years, what have we got to show for it? A comic book. And a 2-hour, 45-minute podcast railing about how rude we are, when you could have done yourself a favor and talked about 9/11 once in all. Yeah.
or at least address our points.
Something.
No.
At least.
Yeah, exactly. Acknowledge that you've seen one of my films. I mean, give a goddamn critique. You didn't even have anything to say about it. So just don't trust it, folks. Just don't.
If you got information to contrary to anything we're saying, then please present it.
Right.
Tell us how we're wrong.
Amen.
Please.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Official story supporters. The group of 9/11 research that's pushed this idea that Flight 77 really did hit the Pentagon. They'll support almost every single element of the official story, but then they'll say, "But I think there was remote control involved in the plane," so that they can then claim later, "Well, I don't support the official story. I don't know where you get that from."
I don't believe remote control. This is another area where I disagree with the law.
I agree too. I do too.
I don't believe in remote controls.
I know Chandler does. I don't. I don't.
I don't either.
No.
By the way, funny thing that you say, "Oh, that's the official story." No, that's documented history. That's a difference. We could show a plane hit the Pentagon. We could show it was Flight 77. We could show it was hijacked. You can't for anything you believe about Flight 77. You wonder how I know that, Craig McKee? Because you never even bothered, not once, to even entertain the debate me and Nelson and even Ed been trying for years, not 1 or 2 months, years. And you're not alone. I'm not just picking on you. Any no planer. Never. Not once. And you won't find a debate on YouTube, anywhere, Vimeo, doesn't matter, anywhere about a debate. The only time I ever saw a debate about the Pentagon issue, CIT debated Anthony Summers, the guy who wrote the author of The 11th Day. And CIT got annihilated. And that was like 2008. And that's why CIT is a non-starter now. You don't hear of them anymore.
Yeah. McKee is the only pom-pom boy, for them. No one knows anything about citizens investigate. Very few. I mean, it's like that's the same with Pilots for 9/11 Truth. Nobody, they're pretty much together, but no one really cares them. Nobody took that organization ever serious because they've always stuck to the loose change, Theramus Young narrative, and that actually even works against it, even though they're the ones that raised the whole fucking theory in the first place. That's what's hilarious.
And by the way, if they had all this information about something that ridiculously went against the narrative of plane hitting the Pentagon or Shanksville, why aren't you in court? Where it really matters.
Yes.
No, that's always the whole point. I mean, that's the whole point. Like, it's like, what's our motive here? We need to have something that's going to work within the court of law. Something that can even have effect on the UN. Yeah. We don't. You don't. You're still talking about look at the building fall. Look at the building fall.
Did you know a third building fell?
Even if they support 98% of it. So I think it's important to see that it's the issues that they're using to undermine so much of what 9/11 Truth has accomplished. I mean, Andy, you mentioned
which is nothing.
Which is what?
What's that?
Accomplished what? Yeah, popularity on the internet, social alternative media, to sell a bunch of junk that's being attacked now. That's the success. It gave me an identity as a truther. It's successful.
9/11 Truth. I mean, I don't know too many people who went into court and got on the court record a nanothermite report with the misprision of felony, misprision of treason issue I brought up in Van Nuys in front of Judge Leland Harris.
Sure.
I don't see them. Is that what they're talking about? The truth accomplished.
I mean, if it's just
that didn't accomplish shit.
No, and if it's just about changing, and if it's just about changing the people's perception, our perception, I would say Michael Moore succeeded over the 9/11 Truth movement.
How so?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, because of Fahrenheit 9/11, right. Because of that movie. Because he opened up these doors with all the Saudi links and associations with the Bush family and all that. He briefly brought up the Jersey girls. Yeah.
And the Jersey girls are the real heroes in 9/11.
Yeah, they are.
They're the real truth movement.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones who actually forced the United States government to at least open up a commission.
Yeah. After the second investigation, after the JIS, because they got clues. Hey, this just fucked up. They already got one. They already went to a second investigation because they didn't have no access to the FBI's Pent Bomb investigation.
Right.
So, yeah.
They're the only ones that actually did something and got something accomplished, even though it failed. I mean, like they didn't get their questions, most of them anyway.
Yeah. We would be hoping that this was to resolve that and it hasn't. It doesn't.
Right.
Exactly.
And I mean, I watched. I'm sorry, I'm going to start to play it, but I just uploaded Press for Truth, off DVD because it's got crappy versions of it online, and I got the best version of it on my archives channel now, and I hadn't watched it in over 10 years, and they briefly bring up about all these people arrested afterwards. They bring up,
Oh, is that right?
hinting at, yes, I was very, very short. I mean, they got into Randy Glass and the Abu Abbas, from Pakistan. It says they're going to come down. That's in there.
I think that was the guy Ari Abbas.
Yeah, Ari Abbas.
Yeah.
They bring up Khan, the one that was
Yeah, I know who you're talking right.
Nayaz Khan. Yeah, the one that was going to hijack. He was brought here early, but he turned himself in 2000. Like, we had a plot. They want to have hijack planes. And at JFK, he was going to get assigned to. I forgot that too. He was going to assign to hijack a plane from JFK Airport. Nayaz Khan was. I totally forgot to put that in my Bajinka plot movie. By the way, now you'll know what's will be in the updated versions.
Right. And, by the way, all this doesn't exist because Craig McKee doesn't believe in hijacking.
Yeah, hijackers don't. Yeah.
Airports don't exist. Planes can't fly. The sky is not blue.
Right.
By the way, Arabs
we must challenge the official version. I mean, we must challenge the reality.
Yeah.
Arabs can't hijack planes on September 11th, but on September 10th they can.
Yeah, only white man can. Only white man can.
They're dumb and uneducated.
Yeah.
And on September, not to mention September 13th.
Yeah, the Arabs are a bunch of pussies. Yeah.
Right, they can't do it.
Yeah. They live really well over there. They're not. They don't want to kill themselves. They don't. They got it going on. They got it good over there. Yeah.
Listen, that's a more recent stage, of this whole operation, and you can see that starting to come into focus when somebody like Ryan Dawson.
You fast forward this? Yeah. We covered this in the beginning, so yeah.
That's right. In part 1, we did.
Who is another complete liar and a troll.
Blah 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 blah.
Right?
He has no online. He has no online presence.
What did you say, by the way, Ed?
He has no online presence. He can't be a troll.
That's right. How could he be a troll? He's not. He's banned like everywhere, even on serial.
Yeah, he's like the most banned person in the world.
I never met anybody more banned than him. I can't believe it.
And he's upset that you don't want to interview him and talk about his films on his channel since I'm the only one putting out new 9/11 content.
Yeah, he is.
Even though it's disinformation.
No, it's not. Prove
it wrong.
Prove it right. Exactly.
Prove it wrong. Stop. Shut the fuck
Yes,
up
it's
with
off.
that shit and prove it.
Oh, excuse me. Then he says here, in other words, actual new research was questioning why. I mean, you are a counter 9/11 oriented program, are you not? Now, this conversation goes on. He just, keeps on berating me here. I'm just kind of giving little snappy comebacks. But what ends up happening is he ends it by saying, but it's funnier that you believe or trust enough in Bernie to seek medical remedy advice, LOL. Now, he's doing this as Nelson. I never actually sought medical remedy advice from Bernie. I made that whole thing up when I was talking to fake Bernie. So I respond, how would you know I seek any medical remedy advice from Bernie? And then there's crickets. Uh-oh. So now we've established that this is Nelson, right? This is Nelson. He was talking to me as fake Bernie. He slipped. He absolutely slipped. And my non-existent knee problem. So now I've got all the proof I need.
He had to literally fall into
everything that would satisfy my own.
Right, exactly.
He slipped and fell. He was like, here, you didn't get that hint, and you're still not sure. You think he might be, but here, all right, finally, here. Okay, here.
Here. And they just previously, McKee even said in part 1 of this, he basically said, well, I knew it was Nelson all along. But, fine, either you were fooled or you were not.
And it didn't matter anyway, either way.
Exactly. It's such and this is, by the way, This is an hour and 15 minutes of them all up into this point, complaining about the fake Bernie as far as profile and how we defend the official narrative. And that it's just them complaining. Nothing
And no
about
rebuttal to the actual information.
none whatsoever.
Curiosity on who this is, and all these other people are in on it. But I still got this itch that I need to scratch, you know, because I can see that Adam Fitzgerald and Nelson are working as a team. And in Fitzgerald's videos, he thinks Nelson is the bee's knees. You'll be hearing clips of him later. Always pushing him, says he's one of the best researchers out there. Always part of the same pack, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, Joker, and the Penguin. They also heavily seem to push such people as Mr. David Chandler, Wayne Costi, Ken Jenkins, Warren Stott, Ryan Dawson, all these people all the time.
Wait, what does that tell you? Because, yeah, I defer to David Chandler and Wayne Costi and Ken Jenkins regarding the physics of the World Trade Center, how they collapsed, right? Because if you ask me, I will tell you an opinion that's based on no intelligence whatsoever, because I never studied this area, right? I basically 12 years of my studies.
I'm in the same boat. I suck at math.
Yeah, I'm worse. You know, it's by the grace of God that I could just wipe myself at this point. Anyway, at this point, I defer to the experts. Now, what does that tell you, Steele, right? Here you are making fun of me, deferring to the likes of Chandler and Costi, who, by the way, ironically, you would absolutely agree with in regards to how the buildings collapsed. But because they purport a plane hitting the Pentagon, all of a sudden, all that goes down the drain, and they are the shills, and they're the government operatives, and they're the ones pushing falsehoods, right? That's not how this works, right? You either can prove that they're wrong or I'm wrong, and that's it. Then you get the last say. And guess what? If I'm wrong, I'm not the loser here, and neither are you. We both win. You actually help somebody learn something, and guess what? I learned something new that previously where I was supporting a falsehood.
Now
That's
do it.
how a movement grows. No, Ed?
Now take responsibility and do it.
Right.
You'll hear it. In fact, whenever Fitzgerald talks about the Twin Towers of Building 7, he claims that he himself is unqualified to have an opinion on it because he's not a physicist,
right,
and says that these guys are, Mr. Chandler is, and Mr. Costi are the ones you should go to for the.
Yeah, never mind that, Chandler's on our exclusive, first, 9/11 blueprint for truth DVD, just completely marginal. Yeah, like if everybody doesn't already know that he helped start this movement, that he's featured in all the early presentations. Right, Mr. Steele.
He was, when I first came into 9/11, he was actually the face at one point of the truth movement.
It seemed like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion. Like when I first came in, I was like, everybody knew who David Chandler was. Everybody. Even on YouTube, he had a lot of videos. Everybody was following him. Everybody heard, and I didn't know anything about this. I knew who he was. And
he was one of those engineers that signed the A&E petition.
Oh,
so what? You just take his name off of it because you want to disqualify him?
That you should go to Richard Gage or any of the engineers on our board, but those two mainly. So those two.
Well, look, I can really quick on this. I don't know Richard Gage. I tried to contact with him even before I had known who Craig McKee was. I got no answer. Right. I asked David Chandler questions. I asked Wayne Costi questions. I asked Ken Jenkins questions. Guess what? They respond to me in kind. I asked Dave Mieswigel, for example, a question, or I asked Richard Gage. Crickets. I get no answer. Are they busy? Sure. Everybody's busy. I'm busy. But I make sure that when I meet somebody online and they have a question for me, I respond as fast as I can. Because guess what? Back in 2006, when I first started, I didn't have anybody to go to. Nobody. Ryan Dawson was basically just about to get banned everywhere. Justin Raimondo didn't have a Facebook account that I know of.
No, and everybody was on MySpace in those days.
Yeah, there was nobody talking about geopolitics back then. Nobody, seriously, anyway. For the exception of maybe Dawson and Raimondo. And I only met Nelson Martins back in 2016. So I had a 10-year window where I didn't rely on anybody, nobody. And I told myself when I started out going on viral media that I would try and help anybody I can at any point because I wouldn't want that person to feel like, there's nobody out here I could talk to. That's because thanks to people like you, McKee and Steele and Suarez and Ruff and Syed and all you people, you basically don't know anything about geopolitics and you rail on it, saying it's a non-factor, and you don't help nobody. We actually do. We go out of our way and we do. That's what we do. We just don't like you and we make fun of you because you do the opposite.
We're going to steer you right, just like they've been steering us straight on the Pentagon and the official story behind it all of this time.
We have.
So because of what I just mentioned here, I got this itch to scratch. I'm curious about something. And since they seem to be pushing these people all the time, I decided to poke Nelson a little bit more, play on his ego
Like
and his seeming lack of big picture thinking. And I say this to him, I say, what amazes me is that you seem to be this gushing David Chandler and Wayne Costey fanboy, and those guys likely have no idea who you are. And a little mocking, laughing face. So then Nelson goes dark. Nelson goes dark for, I can't remember if it was a day or 2 days or whatever. It's not important. But then he comes back and he's got Ed Brotherton included on this message. And I don't know much about Ed Brotherton, but he comes up. He seems to be in on this fake Bernie profile. Turns out I interviewed him back in December 31st, 2013. And so,
you did?
Hold on. Right?
Yeah.
What? Wow.
It was
sounds
so,
like
it was I think it was very uneventful because I don't remember much of it.
yeah, but still, it's just like, wow, what a memory.
Yeah, I've been on. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I don't know much about this Ed Brotherton. I interviewed him back in December 2013.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to.
How do you say that? How do you say I don't know much about him, but I interviewed?
Yeah, but I interviewed him. Yeah, it's like little.
Like with Bernie Suarez, this Ed Brotherton.
This Ed
Wow.
Brotherton. This hold on. I don't know if this is Brotherton or Brotherton. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but this Ed Brotherton. I don't know.
I never heard of you. God, oh, wow.
Like,
so it must have been on event. I mean, but it was 8 years ago.
oh yeah, it was a while back. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
See, like I said before, Andy Steele, your show had good intentions. Look who you interviewed at Brotherton. Didn't take advantage because now look who you're interviewing.
Was Bernie on the show back then, Ed, or was he?
Yes.
I don't even remember the interview, to be honest with you.
But
okay. By the way, I just want to answer that question. He FreeFall Radio interviewed him in 2013 and 16.
Interesting. Okay.
These unimportant facts that he volunteered openly on a public podcast, those stupid little facts like he was in military law enforcement for 4 years in the Air Force, worked at the detainee prison in Guantanamo Bay, worked in Hollywood. Apparently when the 9/11 activists confronted Bill Maher had said some disparaging thing about 9/11 truthers. These people they got tickets to his live show and interrupted the show and made news, national news. Ed and others couldn't figure out who they were, so they created We Are Change Los Angeles. Just these irrelevant factoids. That's all I know about it.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
Stop
Yeah,
right there.
That made me mad.
Okay.
Go Ed.
Okay, stop. Okay, here's what happened. All right, at that time, there was no We Are Change LA. Okay, there was LA
9/11
Churchman, there was Bruno Breweiler, there was Stewart, there was all these guys. Jeremy Rothschild.
Yeah. Jeremy.
By the way, great guy. And there's all these folks who were part of 9/11 Truth LA. That was the Santa Monica group that was meeting at the Unurban Cafe back in the early days. The same group, the same place where Bernie later would go and kind of claim that he got all these people now. It's like, no, they're already there. He already had a captured audience, basically. So anyway, so we were all part of 9/11. This 9/11 Truth LA group. They're the only ones talking about it in LA that we knew of. And some of the people decided that they wanted to become more active and do more things. Well, some of the people were like Katie Kirkman, Bruno Breweiler, et cetera. And a small group of them decided that after Bill Maher, who went on the air and said something nasty about 9/11 truthers and about the buildings, etc., that they were going to confront Bill Maher live on his show. So they got tickets to the show, and I remember several people ended up getting. I wasn't there. I wasn't there for part of this, but several people ended up going on, getting tickets to the show. They went to Bill Maher's live event. It was a live show, so there's nothing he could do to shut anybody down who was screaming from the audience. And one by one throughout the show, people from the audience, each one of them, they all like sat in different places, stood up and started challenging Bill Maher on his 9/11 stance. And then Bill got pissed off. It hit national news. They go like, "Well, somebody call security. Security, get these people the fuck out of here. Do I have to, blah blah blah." And it was it went national, went viral. It went
viral.
News. And so all these people got kicked out, and Bill, and then another person would stand up and confront Bill again, and he got kicked out, and another one would do it. It all went throughout the show, and finally everybody got kicked out of the taping, and then or the live broadcast. And over time, everybody's like, "Who the fuck are these people? What group are they with?" And there was no group. It was just them organically doing this. So that's why I bring that up in the beginning. He says it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because that was the creation of We Are Change Los Angeles. Sure. At that time, they were like, "Oh shoot, we just created a monster. Now we got to take responsibility for it." And that's when they created We Are Change LA, and that was the start of WACLA.
Yeah, and
it's not irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant because look, it went viral. I mean, it was a whole thing that Jones ended up, putting on his site. I mean, that is what basically was what kicked it off. Besides, you guys started doing like little skits afterwards. I remember Katie was doing this thing afterwards, like flipping.
Yeah, I know what's it called? What was it? Oh shoot, I can't remember.
Yeah, it was over Building 7 or something like that.
Yeah.
But this is what started. I mean, look, this became material that was used in Truth Rising 9/11 Chronicles, which was an InfoWars distributed film. But this is where Luke Radowski got his notoriety from, and this is where the movement started. This is what let people know that look, there are 9/11 truthers out there, and they got balls. They're not scared. They're going to anti-war rallies. They're going into, they're confronting, local politicians. They're wanting getting people to get signed things, That's what got me to join. That's when I saw that. I'm like, and then I ran into a We Are Change LA flyer when I went to go see Zeitgeist 2. Somebody passed it out, and like there was the Santa Monica meeting thing where we had over 100 people that showed up. That was my first time there. That was a year out, like a year when within the first year it started, but still, I mean, that Bill Maher thing was, it was really important. I mean, it didn't.
But according to Bernie, that group that that's the same group that he later joined and destroyed, or helped destroy, and that he was, and then he later created another one. That he claims to be a globalist COINTELPRO operation.
Look. It's just really lame what Steele does here. He really just marginalized like don't whatever these people did in the past doesn't matter now. No. Fuck you, dude. You're just saying crap because you weren't there.
And the reason why I brought up my credentials because I believe I was. That's probably because I was asked what my credentials were, tell me about yourself. So I did. So there you go.
Yeah, well, people want to know about what I did. Hey, I'll tell them.
Yeah.
In 2013. But anyway, Nelson writes back with that included. He's not able to walk away from that fanboy comment. I knew he wouldn't. I knew he couldn't. Can't walk away. And he writes this whole long thing. And it's really, really long. So I'm not going to read the entire thing. It's up at 911freefall.com if you want. And he writes, "Why I know you seek medical remedy advice from Bernie is because you're gullible enough to believe he would actually be on Facebook, which actually lends to my point in that you don't know much about him after you've apparently already had him as a co-host starting your podcast endeavor." But he goes on to say in this long this long novel. He writes to me, the Bernie Suarez Facebook profile that you were friended with is a troll account of someone else. Yeah, sure thing, Nelson.
Yeah.
Bernie has never been on MySpace or on any regular social media trend sites that have existed even before We Are Change LA's inception. He didn't join anything until Trump ran for office. Goes off blabbering about Bernie for a while.
Yeah, doesn't want to tell the truth of what I say about it, but go ahead. You know, I can put the whole thing. I think they have it already, so yeah.
And how he's going to respond to it. And he says Craig is a useless Canadian.
Well, meanwhile, it's like we have.
If there ever could be one of those.
A useless Canadian. I think the Canadians are very useful. We got to get wood from somewhere, right, Craig?
Well, we're we play hockey and we have dog sleds and all kinds of useful things.
Exactly. So no, I think the Canadians have been very useful to the world.
I'm also a fake doctor, right? Good to know.
Oh yeah, great. Well, he's a fake.
Hold on, he's a doctor?
No.
Would you explain it? I mean, why would he say that? He say good we went for like 2 years or something, or?
No, I think he brought up something about being a fake doctor, meaning Nelson impersonating Bernie.
Oh, all right.
And according to him,
meanwhile, Nelson just kind of blew up and saying, "Hey, I'm Bernie," and then they're also like, "I wonder if this is a fake profile. I wonder if this is Nelson." Like they still don't want to commit.
Yeah.
Because of that, I don't have social media. Then how would my followers? Why would they be? Twitter be banning my Twitter account all these years, multiple accounts, and YouTube and all that. That's interesting.
Right.
Well, that's all, and that's like later. It's all late stuff too.
And
that's all he ever had: Twitter and YouTube. It's like he was never part of MySpace or Facebook or any of that.
And let me make something clear, Nelson. Did he get banned off Twitter and YouTube because he was promoting Sandy Hook conspiracy?
Probably either that or whatever stuff he was posting of Trump. Who knows? He blocked me on Twitter. I was calling him out, because it was really funny because I even caught him posting something, I believe, from Tim Fenton. What's his name that runs the Judicial Watch, right? Yeah. Calling him all great. Yeah, Tim Fenton is great. He is a patriot. He's a hero. Because you know what, Bernie? He's the one that got the release of the security video outside the Pentagon released.
Oh,
yes.
I forgot all about.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's great, isn't he, Bernie?
I say that I'm some kind of CIA assassin or something, and I'm good with a broadsword. But anyway, so regarding the fanboy comment, he says, now, as far as your questioning to me about being a fanboy of Chandler or Cossie, first I must say that if anybody falls in line behind a researcher as a fan, then they are not serious or an investigator of 9/11.
You shouldn't be a fan of me. You shouldn't be a fan of me. I am not something to be a fan of. You should be helping me.
Right.
You should be giving me documents. I could be giving you documents. We should be exchanging information. I don't need fans.
Right.
It's like if I want fans, I'll go write music. I can do that. I have fans as a DJ. I have fans as even as a promoter. I don't want fans as an activist.
Yeah, this is a great point you raised, Nelson. I'm glad you brought it up because I totally forgot about this. And I think this is really important because this is a separation between someone like us two and them, is that I don't have a big channel, right? I have 900 people on my channel. And to me, that's enormous. Like, wow, 900 people. And I don't want followers. It's great. People want to come on my channel, look at my videos. What I want in the end is basically this. I want people to look at my channel, share the content, and then they themselves, they become the teachers and they open up their channels. And then not only are they no longer followers, now they're leaders.
Yeah, I want someone to do better than me. I want someone to do better than you, to do better than us.
Exactly.
Right.
I shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing this. Someone else should have been. But
for example, they like to bring up that Sean Russell, right? He's a good. Now I remember when Sean Russell first came around, and he was basically asking me questions, asking Nelson questions, and he grew over time. Now, I consider him like very.
He's solid
in terms of geopolitics. And
Yeah.
Very
I
solid.
implore him. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
my fault, but I push him to say, listen, Sean, you're more than qualified to open up your channel, write your articles.
Yeah,
The more
absolutely.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Yes, Sean and Darren, those dudes aren't my
Darren
fans.
Harvey's another one.
They're my extensional researchers. And I'm trying to push them, to do their own stuff. Yeah, just
Right.
like what Adam's saying.
That's
Yes.
the difference between us and you, McKee.
Yeah, we're all about empowering. We want to empower this truth movement, but you gotta kick out the kooks.
Mhm.
'Cause you ain't gonna go nowhere. You'll never be empowered.
I've
Go
known
ahead.
Chandler since 2010. I've met him twice in person. He's from the county of my hometown, in fact, and Honiger herself was born in the neighboring Kinsburg County. I don't support all of Chandler's and Cassie's positions, theories regarding ground zero.
Look at that.
True.
I think both of them are historically deficient and are cowards when it comes to Israel, but confirming
Yeah, and I have no problem. I'll say it.
proving Saudi Arabia's involvement is just as equally important. Unlike them, I'm not interested in preserving or trying to shift gears with AE 9/11 Truth because Richard Gage and others have defined it as a limited hangout. But I think it's wrong and disrespectful. You guys
they
are
did.
blackballing
They did.
them.
What's wrong with that?
And they did. He calls it his own, like Dawson brought up earlier, about, our own brand. We're our own truth brand. Truth has no brand.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Right.
How do you say that? But they do. It's like I mean, it's the same thing. They admit the limited hangout because they say, they gave, he gave credit to Dawson, that he's, going after them. Well, I'm going further.
And that's what it's about. To go further.
Including Ken Jenkins, and more importantly, that you support such damaging, nonsensical theories about passengers or victims, families being crisis actors. What perplexes me more is the willful ignorance to not look at the basic evidence, the refusal of the logic to not see the obvious, that Flight 77 obviously struck, yet wonder why the truth movement doesn't grow, but only decreases. At the moment, I and Ed are involved.
And I'm wrong with that.
Costi and Jenkins. If you want confirmation that I'm not a fanboy or your insinuation that they likely don't know who I am, Chandler has promoted my film from 4 years ago, 6 on 77, the
Dulles Airport 9/11 cover-up.
Jenkins is a lot more practical, and I tend to agree with him on more things regarding 9/11. I talk to him periodically. In fact, this morning I got an email. I was supposed to get my new film about Boston Logan to be premiered at the Northern California Film Festival, but I'm not able to do so because of the length of my film, and that's the rest of. And I'm sorry, folks, because it's so hard to read this guy's writing. And that's the rest of the
Yeah, it's so hard.
And want half of this year's film fest to contain content about the whole COVID thing. And he goes on talking about COVID. So basically,
Yeah, I don't talk about COVID. I'm talking about how lame it is.
Being straight says that he's in a Zoom meeting with Wayne and Ken Jenkins once a month, and that David Chandler's endorsing his film. And then he says, article.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I think I can see a conspiracy going on here.
Frogs are gay.
Okay.
Where's that Jesse the Ventura? And I think the 5G's involved.
Yeah. God, that guy's an idiot.
About Bernie. And then I try to write back a friendly response because I'm trying to play with this guy's head now. Being kind of
God, Andy.
Like he's some psychological operative,
what are
like
you?
he's like a master at like psychological operations now. Like,
yeah,
on,
all
dude.
of a sudden he's Dr. Gerald Post.
Yeah.
Here's a real forensic psychologist for you.
style or sarcastic at first, but now I'm like, hey man, interesting. You wrote a book though, and it's later in my mind is foggy. So basically I'm trying to play good cop and bad cop with myself. But I thought that was quite interesting because I know they're big fans of those guys, but I'm wondering, do those guys actually know who they are? What kind of dirtbags they are? Now,
Yes, obviously they do because David Chandler's noted to me, and I don't blame him about, sometimes I have a crude attitude toward people like McKee and Barbara Honegger. Chandler's a gentleman, okay? I'll admit, I am crude toward Barbara Honegger and Craig McKee. It's not because I'm a scumbag. It's because they're the ones purporting falsehoods to the public, which hurts the truth movement. I care enough for an educated public so that we can open up, maybe, I doubt it now, a new investigation with enough educated people. I'm the scumbag.
How
Because
dare you?
I call you the fraud.
Anyway,
dare
we're talking
you.
about Nelson. We've established that he created a fake profile. That's one of the points I wanted to get across tonight. And he admits that it's a troll profile by someone else, interestingly enough. And he says a lot of not nice things, but he also says that David Chandler has endorsed his film and he's on his, okay, I already went over that. Now, around the same time, we get alerted by a supporter that in one of Adam Fitzgerald's videos posted in the 9/11 Truth Facebook group, he's trashing Richard Gage. He makes a particular claim. Now, I want to get you familiar
Good.
with Adam Fitzgerald first. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a long segment of Adam.
Now, it's 19 minutes.
Yes. 19 minutes of just pieces of you from your YouTube of you going off on basically like, look, yeah, I want a new movement. I want it, you want changes. Yeah. Nothing shocking about, yeah.
A couple people have brought up to me, goes, I don't know why they played 19 minutes of your clips.
Yeah, me neither. And some of it was repetitive. It was just the same things, some of the same things you've already said.
The reason why is because if you listen to what he said before that, Adam Fitzgerald makes a claim. But just to give you a little background about Adam, because I don't want to address the claim he made, let me give you 19 minutes worth of bullshit.
Yeah.
Right, because I endorse hijackers and hijacked planes.
Yeah.
That's it. That was basically it. I'll play a minute, but I'm not playing 19
Yeah,
minutes.
absolutely. They do that. Yeah.
So
people, yeah.
For
Just so
our
that they
guests
can get-
and our audience to listen to. And I want you to listen to what he's pushing. And there's a reason we selected these clips. So let's listen.
I know why you did it.
They're basically not connected to the crime because we're irrational. That's basically what the truth movement's doing. Now, not to just pick on them, but we have debunkers too, and a good percentage of them basically stick to the 19 hijacker official narrative, which we know is false. There were more than 19. The operation was going to be much bigger. And this was covered up by the FBI.
Wow.
September 13th and 14th. In fact, the only person I know that covers this, besides myself, and he does it a lot more prolific than me, is DJ Thermal Detonator. I'm not going to ruin it, but he basically come out with a film that basically gets into this subject in full detail. Like I said, I'm not going to ruin it. But go to his channel. He basically has news reports regarding 9/13, 9/14. Arrested or dragged in of over 150 to 200 people.
I may have gotten the number wrong. Was that how many people?
It's what it says. Those what the news reports say within the first five, like by the 6th, 7th day after 9/11. They're already saying that's how many they've got, but it gets higher like a week later. Like it's yeah. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
You aired on the side of caution.
Yeah. What's that?
You aired on the side of caution.
Yeah, I like to be
think
right.
Myself and DJ Thermal Detonator are the only ones that cover United Airlines Flight 23, which was another plane that was going to be hijacked. That's a fake plane.
Yeah, and he made a big deal about this too. Steele does, and then he gets into you should just go play the last minute of this 19-minute section.
Right. I'm going to skip over it because I'm going to go up to about where should I go up to? Because he's just talking about me. The reason why I'm skipping over me, I made a separate video response to the allegations made against me, and so we don't really need to hear this again.
Yeah, and you're going to have the link provided to the original recording anyways, and you're on the description. So people can go back and listen to the whole thing themselves, and without us talking over it and all that.
Right. So I'm going to fast forward to the 2-hour mark where Craig and Adam Ruff crushed Wayne Costi in a debate, and that's at the 2:04 mark. So I want to, because that's near the end. So that's 2:04. Let's start right over here. Okay, we'll start over here.
But in a fantasy world, to any of you guys are listening, I'd love to debate Chandler on the Pentagon. Because I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thanks to Nelson, I emailed you, Bernie, And I was a gentleman about it. I said, listen, I won't be there. I run a podcast. Richard Cox has better standing with Craig McKee than I do. Richard Cox will moderate the debate, and it'll be you and David Chandler. And I emailed you Tuesday. No answer. No answer, Bernie. And I think I know why. Because no plainer that I've ever met will ever defend their position in a moderated debate. Never. It's not, and not. I'm not picking on you, Bernie. That's to Craig McKee, Andy Steele.
That's from your experience.
Right.
Yeah, that's from your experience. Yeah, they will never debate you.
Never.
No, yeah.
It's not me. Look, you don't want to debate me because I'm a low sub count. Okay. Hey, Nelson's all up for it. Hey, you don't want to debate Nelson. Hey, Ed Brotherton's worth it. Oh, you don't want to. How about Ryan Dawson, right? You want real subscriber? Ryan Dawson. No? That's what I do. That's what I do.
How about David Chandler?
Yeah, but right.
It's like, okay.
That's what he's asking for. It's just like, well, why does it?
Right.
Why does he need to go up? Why does he need to go up into rank? Who is he to need somebody in like some clout? Like, there's enough people.
I want big fish.
How about John Howland?
Well, if you're gonna go down. If you're gonna,
I mean, John Howland, he knows how to debate that.
God.
Yeah,
yeah, he'll do it.
he lives in. Yeah.
You know what?
In Bernie's credit, I guess if he wants to go down, he goes down in style. No sense to go down second.
Yeah, he doesn't layman. He doesn't layman and basic. He doesn't he doesn't need to go into all the fancy smanchy stuff. He'll do it. You don't need to. You don't deserve the debate, Chandler. Who the fuck are you, Bernie? Like you need.
To his credit, but to his credit, I can understand if he wants to go down, he can go down in style. It's like all right.
But then we all know. I mean, between us here, they're not going.
No, they're not. Of course not.
The Pentagon, from not only the physics point of view, but the logical point. They point out that the eyewitness. Yeah, let's talk about eyewitness.
Yes.
Actual recorded media. I believe it was CNN or Fox. Eyewitness on the ground. I mean, these things that they're putting out deserve to be challenged. So, but anyway, I just kind of a little ticked off there listening to Adam Fitzgerald, like Chandler's like the top.
Let me pause this for a second.
Yeah.
He's talking about
Go
Mike
ahead.
Walters.
What's that?
He's talking about Mike Walters, CNN. The truthers, like the fringe conspiracy truthers like you that edit out and says, well, from my vantage point, it doesn't seem like a plane at the Pentagon.
Yeah.
But they edit out the beginning where he says, I saw plane debris.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And he's covered. This has gone over.
Is that with John McIntyre?
Yeah, that's McIntyre. That's McIntyre. That's John McIntyre.
But he was let me for the audience. Let me explain what that was about. He was responding to a woman who came up to him and made a claim about the plane crashing near the Pentagon, and then he's responding to that claim, where he said, based on my close-up inspection, I don't see a plane crashing anywhere near the Pentagon. Because the fucking thing crashed in it.
Yeah, and he's fucking far away. And he's retracted that. I mean, he's not even retracted that because he knows his quote.
He clarified what
he clarified it. He clarified it even later. Because they know that they knew that's soundbite.
And that plane debris that's sitting on the lawn that's very famous, he took that photograph. That's his photo.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Bernie. As Bernie as a Trump supporter, I mean, does he disavow? I mean, how did he feel when his first year in office, the 9/11 anniversary came up, and he did his whole speech, this whole thing in front of the Pentagon Memorial, in front of where the impact was. So it's just like, so you think? I mean, you think Trump is all in on this too? I mean, you voted for him. So here he is. He doesn't have to go to New York. I mean, he was in New York when it happened,
right.
And he decided to do his tribute thing, and they're at the Pentagon. So it's where these people are at. I don't know where these people are at.
And Ed, thank you for the correction. That's right. It was Jamie McIntyre. Yeah. I uploaded that interview he did, and you know what? I'll just play like the first minute where he does mention plane debris.
McIntyre and Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building was firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this side of the Pentagon, in an area of the Pentagon that has been recently renovated, part of a multi-billion-dollar renovation program here at the Pentagon. I could see parts of the airplane that crashed into the building, very small pieces of the plane on the heliport outside the building. The biggest piece I saw was about 3 feet long. It was silver and had been painted green and red, but I could not see any identifying markings on the plane. I also saw a large piece of shattered glass. It appeared to be a cockpit windshield or other window from the plane. Back here, the fight goes on to put out the fire inside the Pentagon. The heat from that blaze was described as absolutely intense, and the number of casualties here has still not been released. Dozens of people were taken away in ambulances, and the Pentagon is still not releasing any figures on deaths. But clearly, people who had offices in that what is now a huge gaping hole in the side of the Pentagon.
By the way, real quick, the green color he's referring to on the debris is the standard fiberglass color.
Yeah.
Before it gets painted.
Yeah, I only wanted to play. Only wanted to play that clip because they always omit the beginning, where he says, "Yeah, I saw the plane."
Yeah, he gets into the actual details of the debris. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. But that's disingenuous on Bernie's part.
Yeah, of course. That's all they do. Yeah.
And Chandler won't debate you on Chandler won't debate you on the Pentagon because he wouldn't debate CIT back in the day when they challenged him. Right. And
first of all, 2-on-1 is not a debate.
Yeah.
Now I know we skipped over it, but by the way, no, they're going to get right into it about Wayne Costy. Listen, Craig McKee and Adam Ruff debated Wayne Costy, I think like 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. That's not a debate. 2-on-1 in a conference. It was actually it was called 9/11 and Deep State Conference, right? So it's basically 18 people on a phone call. 16 of these people are people who don't believe a plane hit the Pentagon. So basically, Craig McKee loves to say, "Oh, he lost and the vote was 16-2." Of course, it would be 16-2 because 16 people actually don't believe a plane hit the freaking Pentagon. But if you wanted to play really safe and if you want to be really daring and you want to debate, about a couple of years ago, I challenged you, Craig McKee, on video. And I remember doing the video. It said a challenge to Craig McKee. And guess who came in the comments section? Nelson and Ed even chimed in. It was Adam Ruff. And Adam Ruff says, well, Craig McKee's not scared, and neither am I. I said, okay, Adam Ruff, tell you what, I'll debate you. And he says, yeah, I'll debate you. Tell me who your eyewitnesses are. I said, what does it matter? I said, no, that's not how it's going to work. I said, I'll debate you. I'll give you, and this went call out, which was basically a debate.
Yeah,
right. So we were going to set it up as 10 minutes, first round each, and second round, 10 minutes each, third round, 10 minutes, and then finally 5 minutes each. And then the public gets to see the video and they get to vote, right? That's how it works. Adam Ruff basically told me, he says, I'll debate you, but I need to know what you've done for the 9/11 community, work-wise. And I don't like to brag. I don't tell people, what I do. And, I'm very, I suffer from security issues. I'm not proud of myself. I don't brag and stuff like that. And I'm very horrible at promotion. I think Nelson even divided me once and said, promote yourself and stuff like that. I don't do it anyway, right? So anyway, I have a podcast. It's called The Darkened Hour. I think I did okay there. I wrote over 100 articles on Medium. I uploaded, I think right now it's 3,512 documents and files on my personal blog that anybody could download. I have over 2,300 videos on YouTube, which is
all right. That's not good enough for me to debate you, buddy. Sorry.
No, it's not. Adam Ruff basically said, I'm not debating a nobody. That's what Adam Ruff did.
No, that's what he is. He is a nobody. It's always been a nobody.
Right. So I don't know much about Adam Ruff.
Look. Even the debate thing that he brought up between CIT and Chandler, this whole thing, it wasn't even that. From what Chandler told me, it was they were willing to drive from San Diego when he was living in Tulare County to show up with camera crew and all this crap. And he's just like, no, he's not going to do it because of the conversations he was having with him on the phone. And he says he explained it pretty well. He's like, because both Marquis and Craig Ranke, they're both professional telemarketers. They have that. They have that ability. So it's just like not that it's not that an ability, but they just have that conniving behavior that they're just going to just use and try to dominate.
Situation.
Yeah, try to dominate the whole interview.
Right.
So that's what it would have been. It would have been them two coming with to film it too. So that's why Chandler backed out. He's like, no.
And who owns that? And then who owns that footage at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
You just control it.
Right.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
See why he said
That's
no.
why when it's a moderated debate where people get 50-50, everybody gets an equal shot. Yeah, you fail.
Yeah, and just to go on to before we get into Wayne, because there will be things being up Wayne. Like, look, I don't just from the things that he's read about, what I've said about Chandler. Look, I disagree with him on numerous things. I don't agree with him on Building 7. Sorry, don't believe. I used to believe it was a demolition. Don't anymore. I'll be more clear about it than Dawson, because I know Dawson feels this way, and we've talked about it before. But Dawson's in. His research has influenced mine. But guess what? He was on here earlier, and you know what? He was wrong. He's wrong about that there was a van packed with explosives, and there was on the George Washington Bridge. There was no van packed with explosives on the George Washington Bridge. This is a theory that I put out, and I corrected myself. I put out a film over it, and look, Dawson's right about other things about the Israelis. He's right about, other reports of other vans, other activity. He's certainly right about Danko Mechanical and the Middle Eastern suspects that had access to all that, which I've written an extensive paper about, much more clear, all sourced, all that with help from Adam Taylor, But I've passed that out, and I made that as a paper on the request of Chandler when I talked to him about it, because he was interested about it, interested in wanting to know the story. But he says, I'm not going to watch it on the film. I don't trust anyone's crap online or whatever. It's like, I want an actual, paper. Right. Well, and I got it done. But the thing is I finally got around to getting it done with help from Adam Taylor. He still never read it. He never got a response from it. So, but point being is look, I've disagreed with certain things that, I think Dawson's wrong on certain things. And then the same goes with Chandler. I don't believe there's explosives on every single floor. I don't think that's necessary, and I certainly don't believe in nanothermite. I believe in witness accounts. I believe William Rodriguez. I believe what's his face, the one that lost his son. They always use him on the Building 7 campaigns.
Campbell.
Huh?
McAveen.
McAveen. No, McAveen. Yeah, Bob McAveen. I believe him. It's like that's where my evidence is. My strongest evidence has always been witness accounts. I don't want people. I don't need their scientific hypothesis. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, me and Chandler both agree. There was something was added in there, but why I will support him, why I will be aggressive about this, is because of Flight 77 and the Pentagon attack. That is important. It is time to clean up. It's time to bring closure to that. Bring psychological closure, and that's it, but it's like, I don't have to agree with with everything, but as long as we are on the same page, that's the main part. We have to be on the same page, and the same page is that, yes, there were Middle Easterners involved. And yes, there's some kind of network, whether you want to call it Al-Qaeda, whatever, that was involved. And that's why I will support him. That's why I will support Ken and Wayne Costy, which we'll get into a little bit right now.
Right,
So.
and just to hop on that ride and talk about the disagreements, like with, for example, Ryan Dawson regarding GW Bridge. That doesn't mean that we won't promote Ryan Dawson. I will always promote Ryan Dawson. I consider Ryan Dawson one of the best researchers in the world. And I'll leave that. Yeah, we'll have disagreements, but that's healthy, by the way.
Yeah.
And unlike you, where you're what you just said, Andy Steele, earlier regarding David Chandler, that me and Nelson promote David Chandler, but yet you basically bash him because he promotes what is factual, which is a plane hitting the Pentagon. But he's all of a sudden, no, he's no good no more. That doesn't work with us. We may have disagreements. I disagree with Nelson on certain issues. We raised them tonight.
Yeah.
And Nelson has a disagreement with Dawson regarding GW Bridge. Guess what? He's right. And I only knew that because of Nelson's film. Right? That doesn't mean all of a sudden Ryan Dawson now is no good. Right? We don't do that to other guys. We don't do that. He's still a phenomenal researcher. And I'll always promote his films because, like Nelson said, he's right on just about everything else.
Yeah, he's right on a lot more things that he's wrong on.
Right.
But but he needs to correct. I still think, but he needs to correct the GWB, and that's something between him and.
I can't help but be reminded. You're talking about the so-called debate with all the no planers, and then versus Wayne or David. It reminds me. I just watched Idiocracy, the movie Idiocracy, and they had a trial where he's brought to trial, and his own prosecution was against him, telling him he was guilty, or his own defense attorney, and it was everybody in the room was just one big old circus, and they didn't know what evidence was, they didn't know follow any rules.
You got this so-called evidence.
So evidence, exactly. And then he was found guilty, of course, and it was a big old show, but that's what this whole thing reminds me of. It was a bunch of no planers, and it's we won the debate.
Dude, I use the Idiocracy thing so much on the no planners. It's just the quiz.
It's become a documentary, not a film.
It is. It totally has. The internet. The truth. I made a post about that. It's all the truth movement has done is made Idiocracy happen faster. That's all it's done.
Right.
Because the planes are electrolytes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why not?
FreeFall, electrolytes.
So why Fitzgerald repeating over and over again that no one dares, that kind of got me there because please somebody sponsor the trip. Let's do it. I would gladly.
Well, he also said that nobody wants to debate Kosky, and he forgets the fact that I debated Kosky, He debated. I debated Kosky a lot with Adam Ross.
Not a debate.
He just admitted it, 2-on-1. In a conference full of people with no plans.
Yeah.
My side. And we then took a poll of people on the teleconference of who they thought won the debate. And Adam and I got 17 votes, and Wayne Kosky got 1.
Yeah, the one was, by the way, Fran Shore. I'll tell you who was in the conference. Barry Zwicker, Sheila Casey, Adam Ruff, Adam Syed, Cheryl Curtis, Sherry Asperger's, I think her name is.
Yeah, some chick that came and became a truther in 2014.
All no planers, by the way.
Yeah.
So they're gonna vote for you.
So we've done Kosky. But it ends all their conversations with an FU or they're where did that that's simply look guys, my only 2 cents in all of this is when you are speaking truth and or logical arguments that are appealing to the human race, you don't have to try to force your information on anyone.
Stop that right there.
It's like the old thing.
Stop that right there.
Bill.
Stop that shit. When you are speaking logical truth or whatever I said, that is appealing to the human race. Well, you know what bullshit is appealing to the human race? Well, many times truth isn't appealing to the human race.
Right.
So what do? It's like he notice what he's doing. He's trying to say. He's trying to claim that that just speaking truth that appeals to the human race is what's right. And that's not necessarily true. That just means it's subjective truth. People's subjective viewpoint on whatever it is being spoken about is the truth. If I go outside and I feel the temperature, oh my gosh, it's hot out here. Somebody else walks outside, damn, I'm freezing. Nobody's right or wrong there. I'm hot, he's cold. The truth is, it might be 73 degrees outside. That's the truth.
Right.
The subjective truth is, I'm hot, he's cold. So what the hell is he talking about when he says that appeals to society? I don't give a fuck what appeals to society. What is the truth? It's 73 degrees outside.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. Is that Aetius the Greek once said that the first casualty of war is the truth.
That's right.
I love that quote because that's what basically is destroyed. And the truth is never really accepted, because if it was actually accepted, we wouldn't be having half the problems that we have right now.
Mhm.
That's what I believe. I think people don't want to face the truth. And that's why when I made my response video, I ended it with the quote by E. Martin Schatz. And I saw that Ed and Martin Nelson, you remarked on it. Yeah, it's my favorite quote. And that's the difference between us and them, is that we don't have belief, we have knowledge. And it's not like knowledge that's only attainable to us. It's attainable to the public. I'm not in a garage, or Nelson or Ed.
Yeah, we're not the Delphic oracles.
Somebody.
Yeah, we're not up on an ivory tower as some Delphic oracles with secret knowledge, and we're holding it to ourselves. That's not what this is about. I tried to make it available to VR Change LA on that day.
Yeah, we thought we'd make it easier.
Share something that we learned.
Yeah.
And they didn't even want to entertain it.
Yes. They casted us out. I mean, they rudely, cruelly, after all those years and all the work and all the effort. I mean, yeah, this is why I hold a grudge. Yeah, with Bernie. That's why I made a troll profile. That's why I might as well come up with one. Hey, I mean, it worked good for the FOT banner. Hey.
Yeah.
Al's right, or the people will come. This goes back to like the beginning of time. People that are influential, that are saying things that make sense, people are attracted to truth. So everything that
like Jim Jones.
Like Jim Jones. Yeah, when he says everything was attracted to truth, like Jim Jones, yeah.
Or Alex Jones.
Or Alex Jones.
Millions of people listen.
Any of the Joneses.
Any of them.
Yeah, the difference between a presentation or like a preacher preaching, or just someone, like whoever it may be, some historic figure like a Martin Luther King who's making a really good speech and attracting people, or a teacher teaching something that makes sense and people gather around that person, versus someone who's force feeding you, or like a telemarketer, or someone that's banging on your door trying to force.
Craig Ranke.
Yeah,
like Craig Ranke, yeah, a telemarketer, yeah.
Telemarketer, like Aldo Marquis.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between night and day. That's what we're observing over the last couple hours with these guys. Nobody follows them. No one is impressed by their arguments. Craig, you just said it. You debated this Costi, and everyone voted on your side. So, that's the problem with these people. They have an argument.
Who's the audience?
Anyone? Because
who's the audience?
Who's the audience?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know that Costi's put out film, or he doesn't know who he is.
They're not logical arguments, and they don't make sense.
They don't know what the arguments are.
So they have.
Well, exactly. What
debate it. If you're sitting there saying it's not logical, here's your chance.
Yeah.
Here's your chance right now.
This is it, right? I'm calling you out. I'm not going to speak for Nelson and Ed. I think they basically.
Oh, I am too.
We're calling you out. I'm open for debate against any one of you. And I'm telling you right now, none of you will ever debate any of us three or Ryan Dawson, for that matter, or even David Chandler, for that matter. Moderated debate with a moderator who doesn't choose a side, and you have 10 minutes each, 3 rounds, fourth round, 5-minute, where you make your closing arguments. And you let the public decide.
The real public.
That's a setting where people already have that preconceived bias, because that's what the teleconference did, and that's what you did to Wayne Costa.
To make up for that by attacking people, labeling them, putting them in a box, linking them to a straw man argument, degrading people, forcing themselves, ending conversations with F you. That's what these guys are about. That's not how humanity works. And when we do observe this behavior, let's call it
Yes,
out.
he's
That matches.
Go ahead, Nelson.
yeah. He's just like yeah. He's
spare
just
me, you know, just
spare me.
I know, just spare me, you know.
Yeah, Mister. Who cares about 9/11? It was 14 years ago. That's being rational. That's being calm.
When it spits on the graves of the victims, you know, it's like
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh yeah, this guy's so calm.
You know, when we're talking about COINTELPRO, it matches that behavior. I don't need to prove that they're COINTELPRO. No one can, like you said, COINTELPRO operations are not diagnosed.
very convenient.
Confession. No one confesses that they're part of an operation unless it's, you know, there's rare cases in history, but while they're in the middle of the operation, they're not going to confess to it. So to get getting a confession, we have to diagnose it by observing a pattern.
No, you diagnose it by having a conversation about who is right and who is wrong.
No, it's just to having just to have the right to basically stir up gossip and rumors.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all.
That's what they've been doing for 2 hours now.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. You know what we just by judging that we can just go ahead and do without any proof.
I can observe a COINTELPRO operation.
Yeah.
Because I went to the farm for 6 months and learned it.
Bernie's at the farm.
These videos, Andy, that you played are shocking. And the things that jump out at me is you telling me that Nelson, in his profile, has a Satanist for 9/11 Truth, and he's quoting Media Matters, and you have all this stuff that Adam Fitzgerald's saying. You know, certain things jump out at me, but I've learned a lot today, guys. Thank you for letting me be part of it.
Stop on that. But the Satanist for 9/11 Truth he's talking about is one of my short films that are on my channel. It's like 12 minutes long, and it's me basically cutting up one of the last interviews that Satanist. God, why am I forgetting? Michael Aquino.
Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. I made a whole thing called Satanist for 9/11 Truth.
He's supporting all he's supporting the same theories that these guys are pushing.
Yeah, I said he's supporting everything you guys are for. He's totally, it's just like, hey.
They're not understanding the humor that's going on here with what you're doing, and
and
the irony that's involved in it.
So dry.
That's so funny.
Nelson, how long ago did you put that video out?
Over a year ago, and for some reason, dude, and I did it because it's like, and I especially did it for Ed. I should have dedicated that to Ed. I really should have, because Ed's always hated him, and and then when I saw that, I mean, that was the first person and then when I saw that, I was the first person that showed it to him. He was just like, holy shit. It actually should be dedicated to Ed Brotherton, really. But no, I just, I found it and I couldn't believe he was saying this crap. I'm like, this is exactly
why is the head of the United States Army Psychological Operations have the same theories about 9/11 as Bernie?
That's something.
It's just
and all these guys.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Hunter and Jim Mars, and it's the same thing.
What does that tell you?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, he went on to work for the NSA.
Yeah. It's like, exactly. So it's like,
the founder of the Temple Set Church of Satan.
Yeah. And he's okay with creating American dissidents. Yeah.
Correct.
Had the same beliefs as all these guys do.
Yeah. Totally fine with American dissidents. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Exactly right. And not only that, I was made aware, and I'll keep the name secret, I was made aware that there was a connection between psychological operations from the Office of Naval Intelligence regarding Jim Marr, and just, a coinkydink, Barbara Honegger is a student of Jim Marr.
I can't believe you said coinkydink. You know who says that? You know who says coinkydink all the time? Rebecca Roth.
Oh.
It's just all the time. That's a coinkydink.
Oh, gee, Rebecca. And by the way, wasn't there a rumor? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here, Nelson. Regarding that Barbara Honegger was basically living in Virginia, and when somebody, this was promoted by Jim Fetzer, by the way. Somebody ran an IP check on her, and it came back from Langley.
But I wouldn't be surprised. No,
Right.
I mean, well, yeah, but the
Right,
way
there's a
she
real name
protected, yeah.
Right. Monica Gaynor, Corey Ann Ashley. And I found out that there was this YouTube channel. This one guy, I don't know who he was, but I could look it up. It's like a 3-part thing where he basically said that there was a woman living in Washington selling beauty makeup and on YouTube, and it was Rebecca Roth, and she had a warrant for domestic violence.
Oh yeah.
And
She was
never an airline stewardess, by the way.
Never. No.
I spoke to her on the phone, challenging
That's
her
right, yeah.
Westover Air Force Base nonsense, and man, she was just a pitiful experience.
Yeah, she was just plugging her book. That's all.
She
She didn't even let you
That's all
talk.
she wanted to do. I was like, it's like I even spoke to the command post there in the public affairs department at the base, and he was laughing his ass off at the whole situation. And then he said, "You know, there's a record of every plane that flies in and out of here." I said, "Oh yeah, I'm aware of that." And but it's just hysterical because based on her theory, she said that the entire base was shut down. I'm like, well, first of all, you got priority C resources on that base, and no security police are going to leave that post. Hence the relevancy of my introduction there. So it's that you said was irrelevant, by the way, because that's what I did for a living, was guard Air Force resources, and I know how the security operations work. So when somebody like Rebecca Roth starts talking about how things are going to be shut down and there's all this crap going to be going on in a military base, and with my knowledge of how security operations work and unannounced aircraft landings and terrorist attacks going on and DRECON levels and all that stuff. No, sorry, you got it wrong. That's where my experience comes in handy.
Exactly, and which was invaluable, by the way. And
Yeah.
also, this lends to the point that Nelson raised earlier about the Cass Sunstein article. And what I found ironic, and by the way, you edited, I found out later, Steele. What I found ironic was that Cass Sunstein basically said that in order to destroy a truth movement from within is to get a person affiliated with a movement and basically subvert it from within by, espousing fringe conspiracy theories. Well, guess what? In your group, you have people who have ties to intelligence, their backgrounds, whether they're intelligence, I don't know, I can't prove it, like you said earlier, but that's how you're subverting the truth movement as a whole, because people like Dave Mieswinkel, Barbara Honegger, Craig McKee, who are affiliated with architects and engineers and Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, who are espousing no planes and no hijackers. And that's how you destroy a truth movement from within. And that's why we brought up that thing with Cass Sunstein, an article. And that's why I made that video regarding architects and engineers employing people who are basically destroying the truth movement by espousing fringe conspiracies, which are false. And that's why you won't debate the issue with any of us in this room, because you can't. But you always have that safe space where you'll make episodes like this, because we can't interfere, we can't argue point to point, and even if we do on Facebook, you won't answer us. So that's your safe space, and that's what I told Craig McKee years ago. I said, once you get out of that blog and you're into the real world, your beliefs mean nothing.
That's right.
So you got to stay there for all of time.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with you. Like that the fact that they're not, people aren't drawn to them because they think that what they say is the truth. But the unfortunate part, and this cannot be forgotten, is that their goal is not necessarily to get everybody to see the event the way they do. All they need to do to destroy our efforts is to create enough doubt, as we said earlier, enough murkiness, enough diversity, that people are kind of they think, well, I don't really know, it's too complicated, or as with the Pentagon issue, it's too controversial. I don't want to talk about the Pentagon.
No, that's not controversial. He doesn't know what controversy is.
And not just that.
Not
just that, but when Bernie himself, when I called him and I told him, I said, look, we need to revisit this Pentagon issue. He said it was too divisive.
Yeah.
He's the one who said it.
Yeah.
He's
There's
the one
not-
who didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
So they can all go fuck themselves, as far as I'm concerned. They have
Yeah,
no credibility whatsoever. Absolutely zero. They cannot be speaking in this language here.
Yeah, no,
They're
exactly.
the ones who are doing exactly what they are trying to accuse us of doing.
Yeah. Controversy my ass. You know, but Keith's saying it's like, no, talking about the Israeli role, that's controversial.
They can
Yeah.
seriously go fuck themselves.
Yeah, talking about
That's
no
bullshit.
hijackers is stupid. There's nothing controversial about it. It's stupid. You can't prove it. No one agrees with you, except other idiots. They'll watch the same bullshit as you do. That's it.
Right.
He doesn't know what the word controversy is. No.
Controversial. It's not controversial. Let me interject and I'll let you continue. Or inserting the fear of not being accepted by the others. That's kind of part of the psychological strategy. This pressure. You feel pressured. Oh, me? What? Pentagon? What? Me? I don't want to say what I think about. It's kind of exactly. But go ahead.
And that's exact. I'm glad he brought this up. Guess who basically stood out of the Pentagon debate because they feared the negative backlash? Jean Laratonda, Julie Pacici, Sandra Jalami. They don't talk about the Pentagon. They admit it. Like they admit, I don't talk about the Pentagon because I don't want to end up like David Chandler and Wayne Costi. That, but that's exactly what's going to happen. Well, I hit these people head on. Nelson does the same thing. Ed does the same thing. Ryan does it. We hit you head on because you have nothing at your disposal.
I don't care about fans.
Right.
I don't care about an audience.
Right. I don't care about that.
I care about the truth.
Right.
I care about the victims and getting justice for them.
Right. That's the only thing that
That's what drives us.
Yeah.
That's what drives us.
Right.
It doesn't matter what our popularity is. I don't care.
But look what they did. Like those people like Craig McKee and Sheila, like that group are so aggressive that they basically force other truthers to not take a position on the Pentagon.
Right.
Or Shanksville.
They're exactly what I was saying earlier. Bernie is the one who denied us the ability to present new evidence, thereby controlling the narrative. The very thing he was accusing us of doing, he's demanding everyone else not acknowledge it.
Absolutely.
He doesn't know what I'm
whole kind of a segment of the truth movement, and that thinks they're helping, but they're not really. And they're the people that put all their emphasis on unity. We have to have unity, and I get the spirit of that. Like I really do admire, that people who want to stand up for that idea that we all have to. But you can't be unified with people that are trying to rip you down. You can't expect everybody to get on one page.
I have never in my life tried to rip anyone down, as far as in any way I know of.
Yeah.
I present evidence.
On the same, like this was a big argument between Sander Hicks and me when we had the conference, right? So Sander Hicks actually wanted me to work with Barbara Honegger, and I adamantly refused. And he couldn't understand why. And I basically told him, I said, why would I want to work with somebody who basically espouses no planes and no hijackers? Just, I don't care if she's like, the best accountant or treasurer on earth. I'm not going to work with somebody who's actually helped destroying or deriding the truth movement in the whole, right? Because it's a big deal. This is a big issue. There's no hijackers. There's really no crime. What happened on 9/11? Right. So basically, this was a big issue. And so Sander Hicks, basically, we fell out of being friends or whatever. I'll still promote his books and stuff like that. But needless to say, look at, some of you truth people will even go as far as saying that, yeah, I know he's a no player and they, this and that, but he's a great treasurer. That's what Bill Jacoby once told me. For the Truth Action Project. You know about the story. I emailed Bill Jacoby. I said, why is Dan Hennon a treasurer? He thinks the Sandy Hook kids actually sung the national anthem at Super Bowl 51. He goes, well, he's a great treasurer. I said, God forbid if the public heard him, and basically, he has his own channel on YouTube and stuff, and he's a Sandy Hooker, no plane, no hijacker, thinks the jumpers are fake from the World Trade Center, and I did a video on that with him and Willis Butts. Anyway, if the public hears that, are they just going to say, "Wow, this guy's nuts"? Oh, he's with Truth Action Project. Are they like that too? So you understand why I'm so adamant? This is why you should not hire these people, because it ruins you from within. It's not that I'm picking on you personally. I'm trying to help you people, for God's sakes. Because there are some good people in some of these movements. Still are. Yeah.
You know, a percentage of the movement is probably made up of agents. You know, and we, as you said, you know, we can't sort of say with certainty who the agents are. We can only observe their behavior. So you can't have unity.
Oh, stop.
Okay. I got you.
Okay. We can't say who they are. We can only observe their behavior. Well, if you don't know who they are, who's the behavior you're observing?
Right.
Okay. Move on.
Okay.
In the movement, it's regrettable that you can't, because it would be in an ideal world, we'd all at least be sincere. You know, some of us would be right, some of us would be wrong, but we'd at least be sincere. But unfortunately, we don't have that, and we're not likely to have that. So the idea that we all can get on one page, and this pushes people to say, well, let's not talk about this part, this controversial part. And the next thing that these people are moving on to is Shanksville, and then they'll, you know, and they're also, and we've also mentioned the attacks on AE. It's a constantly progressing thing, to the point where people are just going to be afraid to talk about anything. And then the whole
Right.
This is what I think they want.
Yeah, that's a likely scenario, Craig. Yeah.
What are they afraid to talk about? A plane?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Like, why would it be like? Yeah, that doesn't make any damn sense.
Right.
I mean, where's all this fear coming from?
Yeah,
It must be a Canadian thing. I don't know.
By the way, have we ever made a group where we basically said we're not inviting a select group of people? No, we never did that. You did. And then not only that, and you guys are aware of this, you actually made a list of people who don't believe a plane hit the Pentagon. You made a list of people saying you should sign this list. In other words, you're a select club. And you actually made a Facebook group where you only invited a select group of people in. We never did that in any Facebook group.
No, I did. No, I mean, I did eventually, because I made a counter one to that. With me and Chandler, we did. Yeah, we made one counter to that. Yeah,
but
that's the 757 evidence at the Pentagon.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the one you always forget to post on. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we made a counter one of that because we had to. We don't have as many as they do, but hey, we're the only ones ever talking about new stuff. They never talk about they never bring any new information about their no plane theory. But we're always periodically posting stuff that keeps validating it.
Yeah, but Nelson, did you know a third building fell?
No.
I mean, this is huge. Free speech, and I know a lot of scholars and others have said this, theologians have said this before me, but free speech, the essence of freedom of speech and free thought, is the freedom to say something wrong, is the freedom to offend someone in what you believe. That's the essence of what free speech and the open dialogue is all about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? In the same light as what you did to Wayne Costi at the teleconference? In the
same light of what he did to us, we are changing LA in their meetings by telling me on the and also telling me on the phone.
But the same thing of supporting Sandy Hook.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that. Too divisive.
Yeah, I mean, get the information out there on the Sandy Hook parents. I mean, hey, some people are going to do some wonders with it.
No, Ed, we're not going to talk about those things because you know, it's too divisive and oh my God, this guy's out of fucking this guy's so this guy's
anyone who tries to interfere with that, there's a name for that. That's called totalitarianism. That's called.
He's got to be. He's got to be talking in the. He's got to be talking in the mirror.
He's got it. At this point, you're kidding me.
That's called dictatorship. That's at the very essence of what freedom is. Seriously, I mentioned Joseph Goebbels hours ago for a reason. It's the point. It's the freedom to be wrong. It's the freedom to say something that you don't like. That's the point. The free speech is
well, stop.
Yeah.
Is he acquiescing to the fact that he might be wrong, and he wants to have that freedom to be wrong?
No.
I don't understand what he's doing there. What's he talking about?
It's it's just because I want to be able to use the internet to make up whatever I want, regardless of what effect it happens to someone else.
Right.
It's just is what.
Is he espousing the fact that he wants to exercise his freedom to be wrong? Is that what he's doing? I don't understand.
It's exercise the freedom of being to be a sloppy investigator, sloppy researcher.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I won't go to validate anything. It's just like, hey, it's on YouTube. It must be true.
You have every right to be wrong, Bernie. I have no problem with that. Just don't sit there and pretend like you're right. At least admit it.
And acknowledge what you're criticizing and how much it's going to affect them, especially when you're saying that certain people aren't dead.
Sure. Oh yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, you get lawsuits. That's why we have the right to sue. This is why we're in the situation we're in.
That's right. That's right.
The big tech situation. Yes.
And I'll just add into that too. Everybody's got a right to go out and put out what they want on the internet, as long as you're not issuing threats, as long as you're not doxing anyone. Those issues came up here.
No. Again, Nelson never doxed anybody and never threatened anybody, and neither did I. Guess who did?
They did.
Yeah, they did. They did.
You have a right to anyone else's press. If somebody doesn't want to promote a particular thing, they have a right to. So, Mr. Fitzgerald has every right to go out on his YouTube channel and talk to his 20 viewers.
It's 900.
If he is, at least give him some credit.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, give me a break, right? You're gonna make fun of me. And I'll even admit to you, 900. I'm like, wow, 900 people.
Yeah, it's a small channel, but at least say, yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't care.
You can say 900 and still insult him. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. You can just say 900 and still insult me. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. I know. It is.
See how much he doesn't like us. Absolutely, totally within his rights. It's his opinion. He has every right to, not show our side or represent our side, but don't lie. Don't make fake profiles of people.
No. Don't tell your buddies.
He didn't. He didn't. It was a different Bernie Suarez. You yourself admitted he didn't spell your name right.
Bizarre behavior.
Bizarre behavior. Why? Because we're basically trolling it. We're admitting it.
Yeah. It's bizarre behavior. It's a result of being blackballed by kooks like you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's so bizarre. They have to have a name for it.
Yeah.
The bizarre behavior. Let me make this clear. The bizarre behavior of Andy Steele is you actually portraying to the public information that you share out of your radio station, as well as Craig McKee in his writings, is that you're purporting things that didn't happen. Craig McKee thinks a plane flew over the Pentagon. He won't publicly say it, but he believes it because he backs CIT. Andy Steele, you've already said that you don't believe planes were even hijacked. Factually incorrect, demonstrably incorrect. That's bizarre. Why would you keep saying it? In the light of evidence, overwhelming, and at the same time, absolving the intelligence apparatuses, makes me suspicious of you.
You hear bizarre things. I mean, it almost, I feel like lessened having to talk about this, but I have to, because people need to know this is going on. So no, you don't have a right to use this show. You don't have a right to come on here and demand that we push your United 23 was going to get hijacked and 9/11 was going to be much worse. And no idea.
Don't even worry about that, because I actually sent him a response exactly to those sentences. And there's already correspondence, but yeah, I'm waiting for a response, but yeah.
It's almost like they sounded like we're desperate to be on this show.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No.
have standards.
No, I wasn't even interested to be on this show. I mean, the thing is that, you know, I told him about the book. He says, "Oh, you don't want an autograph?" And I'm like, "Oh, you know, it's." Then I just threw the idea out there. You know what? You should actually be getting me on your show. You know, it's like fuck, here you go. I want mine.
Well, yeah, God forbid we start talking about the actual anomalies which show there was an inside job. You might learn something.
Yeah.
Bad Al Qaeda really is. For point of view, you have a right to make your own podcast and put that out there.
I don't care about podcasts. I make films.
That is exactly
right. You're a filmmaker. I'm a podcaster.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's wrong here? Hey, but you know, also not to tap myself on the back. You know, I've interviewed Scott Horton. I've interviewed Terry McDermott. I've interviewed Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, Mark Rossini, Ken Williams, even recently Lawrence Wilkerson.
They don't know who any of them are.
No,
I know some, probably a couple of them, but not all of them. No.
Right, but these are people who actually were involved, and they were, and some of them are whistleblowers. Schaefer is, and so is Mark.
Yeah, they'll know Schaefer is. Yeah, they all know. Yeah.
You know, they ran the two biggest operations at the time, and they were blackballed. I mean, you know, they basically threatened Mark Rossini. But yeah, I mean, for 9/11 FreeFall. What do you have? Craig McKee and Bernie Suarez. So who's going in the right direction here?
free speech works in this country.
Does anyone believe that the actual people who plotted 9/11, whoever they may be, we're not going to get into that now, right? Does anyone believe that those people believe in the Constitution and freedom? No, they don't. And again, if there's one big point I want to make in this long conversation, and I want people to remember this, the people that did 9/11, this whole event would never have worked without control of the information. Like, the control of the information is just as much a part of the operation as the buildings blowing up and planes or whatever, flying around, all this stuff's going on, planes and buildings. It's just as much. It's not just the operation and then that's it. And then it's the operation plus the information war, the control of the information.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's why there's misreporting. That's why there is retractions and all that. Yeah. If it was that good, there would be no retractions. There would be no misreporting. They would have it accurate as hell there that day. Done. Doesn't work that way, Bernie.
That's the most
bizarre.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. So Bernie, and this is coming from
no anomalous reporting. Anomalous reporting can't happen to him right now. That's what he's saying. It's going to be,
amazing, because from day one, the conspiracy went out the door that a plane didn't hit the Pentagon. From Thierry Mason, and from my conversation with Scott Horton, was basically that he told this to Greg Palast, the investigative reporter, that he made that comment because he hates Americans.
Yeah.
And he wanted to show how stupid they were.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about Yeah, it was completely anti-American. It was an anti-American position all the way, a French.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Whether you want to believe that statement or not, but wow, did that make a lot of sense? Who fell for it? Who fell for it? The Alex Jones Q supporter. That's who fell for it.
Yeah, exactly. All the above.
That's who fell for it. No, it wasn't the crazy left-wing Antifa believers that Bernie Suarez was talking about, even though I hate Antifa. I can't stand those idiots.
Yeah.
But it was you of the far right. You're the most guilty of this because you're the ones espousing the very conspiracies who allow the Israelis and the Saudis and the CIA and the NSA to get away with 9/11. Am I wrong? I mean,
no, you're not.
Right now, 20 years of this information control, using the mainstream media, using Hollywood, using now social media and all these other nonprofit organizations. We mentioned Media Matters before and all these other, using these people. Without them and the educational system and the NIST report and all these lying generals, we can talk about the 9/11 Commission. I've done entire presentations on this. But the bottom line is controlling the information war that ensued. was just and is just as much a part of the operation of 9/11.
Exactly. And as I mentioned earlier,
Wow.
I figured that
The real basic truther thing. I mean, just the 9/11 Commission report. That's it. Came out in 2004.
She hasn't read.
Nothing helped.
Right.
She hasn't read. Explains no process, anything, how that gets there. Nothing.
I didn't hear JIS once so far.
No, I didn't hear no. Nothing.
Would be go right to David Chandler himself. I mean, he's very concerned about misinformation out in the truth movement. We certainly can't have people out there making false claims. So I already knew the answer to this, but I'm open to seeing any evidence to the contrary. I'm open to changing my mind if I see evidence that shows me that any of these people ever threatened.
I'm really happy to hear that.
This gentleman.
Very happy to hear that.
Yeah, I am happy to hear that because that's why I even sent him that response that I did because
Right.
I'm giving him the chance.
Right.
Like if you're for real, if you're you'll watch Bojinka Maxima, 6 hours long, whatever. Take your time. If you're that serious, dude.
You will either you're a hypocrite or you'll live up to that declaration.
Yeah.
I'm willing to say it's the former.
Who knows? He could surprise us. Maybe he'll surprise us. Who knows?
Yeah, right. No, exactly right. But I'm a pessimist. So.
Yeah, I know. You have a right to be on this situation. Yes. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm seeing that my emails are out of order here. Okay, here we go. I wrote to him very businesslike with Kelly, David, and Richard CC'd. Said, Dear David, we received an email from a supporter who was quite upset. Apparently a video was posted on Facebook by Adam Fitzgerald in which Mr. Fitzgerald claimed that Kelly David threatened you and doxed you. Mr. Fitzgerald also said that Adam Syed, Sheila Casey, and Adam Ruff threatened you and doxed you as well. According to Google, doxing is identified as, this is what Google says, this is very similar to the Adam Fitzgerald letter. Doxing is the act of revealing, identifying information about someone online, such as their real name, home address, workplace, phone, financial, and other personal information. That information is then circulated to the public without the victim's permission. We respectfully request that you answer an email reply. Did Kelly or any of the above listed individuals ever threaten you or publish your personal identifying information online? If your answer is yes, can you please provide evidence? If your answer is no, please confirm that in an email reply. And also please let us know if you have any idea why Mr. Fitzgerald believes and or claims this. The video we were sent in which Mr. Fitzgerald makes this claim is at the link below. You can start at the 3940 mark for some context. I've also attached the email. Thank you in advance, Andy Steele, Operations Manager, AE 9/11 Truth. So that was the first day. Then I went ahead and talked to Adam Fitzgerald. And then the next day, David Chandler writes back to me and Richard and Kelly, Andy, these were Adam's words, talk to him, not me, David Chandler. So I responded, David, I did talk to Fitzgerald. We had a conversation on Facebook last night. I'm writing to you because surely you're in the best position to invalidate this claim if it's not true.
Why? What? All right, this is a mistake here. Why would he know? He wasn't there. He wasn't there when Kelly David made the comment. I saw it. He wasn't in the conversation. I just saw it. And it was basically a web page, an album Eric Sandstrom made about David Chandler. I mean, that's not a secret. A lot of people know that Eric Sandstrom did this to other people. I've said this ad nauseum before. Kelly David made a comment and it said someone should go where he works and tell him a piece of their mind or some to that effect. What does that imply? Right now, I don't have a screenshot, right? I'm not like one of you people where you basically keep every conversation and use it later on. I'm not an asshole like that, first of all, because it's irrelevant, right? But I even told you, I said it's my word against yours. I even admitted that much. And I said, let's not kid ourselves here. You're not going to believe me. So why even make this a conversation? But instead, you went and asked David Chandler about a conversation he wasn't even privy to. Or in the conversation where I saw the comment, he wasn't even there. So I don't know why you're making this a big deal. But then again, I don't even know why you even went this far. 2 hours and 20 minutes. You know, you did was
You understand that a staff member being accused of threatening or doxing someone is a pretty serious claim. A simple confirmation by you that Kelly never threatened you or doxed you would certainly set the record straight in an instant, which is what I was seeking. But now that you can confirm you've seen my email, I guess a simple refuse to comment will have to do. Thank you, Andy Steele, Operations Manager, AE 911 Truth. So the next day, David Chandler fires back with, in quotes, refuses to be bullied would be more accurate. That is his response, refuses to be bullied. Really, I'm being a bully? I'm asking him to clarify this since he's the best position to debunk or prove this?
How could he? He's not there. You're asking him about a comment that Kelly David made that he wasn't even privy to.
Yeah.
I mean, God, yeah, if you're going to keep badgering me about a comment that, I wasn't even privy to, why are you asking me? Go ask, and he was right. Go ask Adam Fitzgerald. That's right.
Yeah.
I made the statement. I don't get this like constant need to you actually think that we sit here like you and keep months worth of your content? Do you know how much I would just shoot myself? Because your conversations are like basically, schoolgirls in a parking lot talking about how the boys are nasty in the bathroom. That's basically what this podcast was about. Your podcast didn't even mention anything about our position. You basically just said we're for the official narrative and that we're rude. That was 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is coming back to bite you right in your ass.
Not the one making fake profiles of people.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, and they don't even, like I said, they don't even come back and make any rebuttal to our position, and they fail to identify what the official position is.
I don't even think they know.
They don't.
Allegations against it, and I'm not saying David Chandler is either. I have no evidence that he is. I know that these guys are. There's nothing like that with David. So just go ahead and set the record straight. What's the problem here? Why does it feel like an interrogation? I mean, Richard's probably not going to be a big fan of these guys after he hears all of this, right?
What? You know what? I don't have anything bad to say about Richard Gage, and I didn't bash him like you said in the video. Yeah, he made a comment that he shouldn't have made about the FBI building a bomb in 1993. That's false. And I wouldn't dare put myself in that position. And that's why I say, I don't talk about World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7 because I'll look like an idiot, right? If I, say, oh yeah, why do you believe bombs were in the basement? Because I believe it, right? That's all I could say. I don't know. I can't show you through any type of like real study or research on it. I mean, that's what I believe. I believe there was bombs in the basement. But needless to say, that you keep putting this pressure on people about why they believe in certain ways, and then you like publicly and you do this constantly all the time, and that's why I don't like you people. I admit it. Am I rude to you people? Yeah, I am. It's not that I'm a rude person. I don't like you people because you basically destroyed the 9/11 truth movement. I know Ken Jenkins would disagree with me, but I think it's dead. Thanks to people that you support, Andy Steele. And that's why we're doing this rebuttal video. We could be doing something else. I mean, we could be working on something.
But I could be. I was working.
Now, the whole day, we basically have to defend ourselves because you lied throughout the whole thing.
But if I went on the show and said that Adam Fitzgerald had threatened or doxed Richard Gage, Richard would be the first one to politely say, no, that's not true if somebody asked him. Or maybe he would just say it himself just to set the record straight. We like to be accurate here, because we know people are watching us at every little thing. So we try to be as accurate as possible. Or if it was true, we would provide some kind of evidence or at least a story behind it. An anecdote. That's how
more like a story
it works. It's how you get information out
like
there.
A story.
Back up things. Just like I got the screen prints of all these conversations for people to look at if they are so inclined and interested.
Such 9/11 research.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, Steele.
Well, that's why they got a comic book.
if he spent as much energy, on actual real 9/11 research as he spends on this shit, man, we'd have a fucking movement like you wouldn't believe.
Boy,
We'd have the victims, the suspects would be in jail now, in cuffs, ready, in transport. Yeah.
Think they're right. Oh my God! If only they put this much effort. I think you mentioned this before, Ed. They just put this much effort. Wow. Man.
I am being a bully for simply asking him to verify these claims or deny them if they're not true. So then, of course, I responded one more time, and this is the end of the whole conversation. David, I don't see how this is bullying, considering that Kelly is the one left hanging on a false accusation, and we're simply asking for you to confirm whether this is true or not. As I stated before, I'm writing to you because you're in the best position to confirm or deny this. If you don't wish to be cooperative, that is your prerogative. However, I'm not going to pretend that I didn't do my due diligence and ask you. And that is what I am not pretending to do. I'm not going to pretend I didn't ask him. I'm not going to not mention that this went on. But there you go, folks. Mr. Chandler refuses to comment, doesn't want to throw Mr. Fitzgerald under the bus for whatever reason, even though Adam Fitzgerald is clearly in the wrong. And it's not that I really...
No, how can you prove I'm wrong? That's the whole point. I basically, and I even, it's not like I'm hiding this. I even admitted, listen, I don't have a screenshot. It's my word against yours, right? It's my word. You're not going to believe me. I know you're not, right? You don't like me. So you're not going to believe me. But I saw it. Yeah, I can't prove, in a court of law, you'd be right. I can't prove
No,
it.
actually, Adam, all you got to do is sign an affidavit stating that it is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, based on your own observation, and that is that would hold up as perjury in court if you're not telling the truth. So now they got to rebut that.
How would that work though? I mean,
An affidavit is something you're swearing that is true. You're saying, hey, I swear that this is true because I saw it. You submit an affidavit, you sign it, and you're swearing in a penalty of perjury that is true. Now they got to come back and rebut it and prove that it's not. And so they can't prove that, but you can't prove it is, so it'd be a non-issue. But the bottom line is, if you're willing to, the thing is, at the end of the day, you can prove it in court through an affidavit, but they're not going to be willing to go on record with a rebuttal affidavit.
Right, because Steele actually makes the error here because he actually says I'm wrong. Well, how did he know I'm wrong?
That's exactly right. That's right. He has to prove you're wrong.
Right. Okay. Right.
But
thanks.
Hear what Adam Fitzgerald has to say. It's not that I'm really worried that anyone's going to believe this, but how long is this going to go on? I mean, their ultimate goal is to have success, right? So let's shine a spotlight on it. And look at some of the behavior.
Oh.
And I don't know, for whatever reason, David Chandler seems to be willing to allow this bogus narrative to go forward or not to prove it if this is the case. But it's not too late. So David,
it's not for him to prove.
Right.
Exactly. It's not for him to prove.
Right. He wasn't even there.
I bet you are. If you want to provide some kind of evidence, clarify this point, go right ahead. Or if you want to deny it.
Are you going to evaluate the evidence the same way you do the evidence in 9/11?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the point?
When are we going to start seeing films from you guys?
No shit.
When are we going to start? I don't care for not even a magazine, a comic book. 20 years and the epic is a comic book, not a film. And by the way, now that we're talking about films, me and Nelson, we talked about this before. What happened to 7? The big issue, the pre-trailers for 7. Oh, we're going to push this. The Truth Movement don't even push it.
No, they don't.
Why?
They don't want it. They're tired of it. They're sick of it. A lot of the people don't like loose change. They think they're a bunch of shills.
30 minutes long.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even that long. Yeah, manageable.
Yeah, Dylan Avery and Corey Rowe. Yeah.
Yeah, and Kelly David with the party.
Oh,
but I'm just
wow.
saying, wasn't this supposed to be like the big film for the year? And the Truth Movement didn't even push it.
No, I don't care. They're ready. That's like, come on. It's 7 seconds. 45 minutes, about 7 seconds.
docs, that would be helpful too. And if you want to say I'm a bully, hey, I've been called all sorts of things since I joined the 9/11 Truth Movement. Knock yourself out. But you can set the record straight and do the honorable thing. Come out and address this and confirm or refute whether or not you were threatened or doxxed by any of these people. Maybe you don't know that the people around you and your biggest fans here are some real dirtbags. Maybe you don't know that. It can happen to anyone. I don't know everybody that's listening to the show right now. I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know about these people.
So come out and condemn this behavior. Condemn it.
Yes. Hey, condemn it. Condemn Sheila Casey. Condemn Eric Sandstrom, which you are, by the way, because he turned on you. That's the only thing. Condemn Adam Syed. Condemn Adam Ruff, who go around and badger, the likes of Wayne Costi and Ken Jenkins and David Chandler because they're older. They're not going to do that to me and Nelson because we'll be aggressive toward them. So that's why they turned their attention to David Chandler because they're older people. And what does that tell you? That you're picking on older people, sending them death threats and whatnot.
Yeah, this right here.
Yeah. When are you going to condemn this? Condemn this meme that Craig McKee made for his Truth and Shadow blog, where he has a picture of David Chandler. Does it trouble anyone else that David Chandler and his group attack and ridicule those who don't buy the government claim of 757 crash at the Pentagon on 9/11? Yeah. Or this one, this is really tacky, but this is these from what's that movie? Napoleon Dynamite. He's got the you say you're a 9/11 truther, but all you talk about is what you like in the official story. Gosh. By the way, I made spoofs, parodies back to every single one of these that McKee made, but and he didn't like it. But this is what he started with. I mean, this is his behavior. I can't wait for this Pentagon conference in Denver on May 4th. People need to know what really happened to Dick Cheney. That's McKee. It's got to be 9/11 truth's got to blame Cheney. Cheney's got to be behind the conspiracy, or if it's not 9/11 truth, Donald Rumsfeld. We don't even have to con anyone about 757 hitting the Pentagon. Chandler and Coste are doing it for us.
Wow, what a I've never
it was Ron. He was inside the Pentagon, and himself, Rumsfeld was on the day of. It's just, I mean, look, why are David Chandler and his group so focused on pushing us to accept the government's claim of a impact to the Pentagon? Yeah. We know a 757 didn't hit the Pentagon, which means the official story is a lie. Focus on that. What the fuck is that? I made a counter me to this. It's like, I made a counter one to this. I'm like, yeah, we know it did hit. Focus on Dulles Airport.
Right.
which means that Dulles Airport needs to be investigated. Focus on that.
Well, if a 757 didn't hit the Pentagon, what are we focusing on?
Yeah. Beware of 9/11 truthers who focus almost entirely on what the claim is true in the Pentagon official story, which rarely mentioning what is false. Yeah, what's false?
I thought they were all about to have people have free thought and freedom of to be wrong and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. What the hell is this shit?
Yeah, what's false with the Pentagon attack? I'll tell you what's false. The claim of box cutters being used. They were used a gun and a knife. That what's false is that there was only 5 hijackers when the stewardess said there were 6. Wow. Yeah, that's what's false.
And you can count to 6 going through the security checkpoint.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Oh, I'm on the fence in a little bit, but I would warn you that there is evidence that can be brought out that actually gives people reason to believe that a real plane went into the hole. David Chandler on Shanksville. See where this is heading?
Oh, God forbid.
Oh.
God forbid.
And he's got one of Shanksville. If you believe the official story, then you believe Shanksville was the scene of a plane crash. The plane buried itself to the ground. Yeah, what's that plane-shaped hole? Why is there the marks for the plane? And this is later photo, by the way. This is way after cleanup, too. This is not fresh. I mean, cherry-picking photos.
Show any plane crash site that was cleaned up and all done, and you see the same thing.
You good with that? David Chandler and Wayne Costi are getting some positive reviews for their Pentagon research with a picture of George Bush with his thumb up. News is getting around about the conference in Denver pushing a 757 impact at the Pentagon. Same picture with him. Oh, this is the funny one. Where should we put this one? Ooh, there's a spot. The classic photo you see in Loose Change with them picking up debris. But of course, I made a spoof. I countered this, and he's ignoring all the debris that's like way too big for one dude to be carrying.
Right.
Huge pieces back here, clearly
the
plane
APU
debris.
door, the freaking the wheel assembly hub. I mean, it's like those. I helped replace a window on a C5. Helped them pick it up and put it in place. I was just on the aircraft that day and while they're doing maintenance. And I don't know if anybody's ever picked up a window of a C5 aircraft. Those things are massively heavy.
Yeah. Here's another one on Wayne. Here's another one. Wayne says 9/11 is only about cleaning up the historical record. Help him do that with Wayne Cossey's official story cleanup kit. New. Just look at the shine. Be sure to ask Wayne for one of his David Ray Griffin is propagating misinformation bumper stickers. They're free. Well, he was debunker approved.
Wow.
This is
the kind of shit they've been doing.
This is what McKee has been doing. Holes in your official story? Don't throw it out when you can fix it with Wayne Cossey's official story repair service. Trolls and shills included. 1-800-FIX-THE-LIES. I love the idea so much. I bought the company, David Chandler. Wow, this is 9/11 research. This is what you wasted. This is what. Yeah.
What if we did this to them? What would they say?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm like embarrassed.
Oh, I mean, I did do counter back at McKee at this, but I mean, we didn't start it.
That's what I'm saying.
We didn't start it.
It's just mind-boggling to accuse us of doing shit that they themselves are the one doing.
A grown man, like McKee's in his like late 50s, early 60s. He's doing
Yeah.
I never saw I never saw the majority of those before. I was like, wow, look at what?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's what he does. He just spends all the time bashing people with a different opinion.
Right.
I mean,
it goes back to the point that you make, and I think this is the point of the whole podcast. Is that
your microphone gets closer.
So much energy doing like real research.
Can you get that microphone closer, by the way?
I'm sorry. It's if they just spent half of the energy in what they do with these memes in research, it wouldn't just be me, Nelson, and you and Ryan Dawson and Sean Russell. We would have a lot more.
Right.
And we would have gotten further.
Right.
And it makes you wonder, like, I hate because I don't like to speculate without really much of evidence, right? But you take a look at what they're doing. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose. So you won't.
Well, I'm telling you, they have a psychosis. They cannot confront their own confirmation bias. They cannot confront the idea that they have spent all this time doing all this what they think it'd be worth,
chasing ghosts,
and then it's like, and they have this. Now they have this. They now cemented themselves in a belief, and now we're challenging that belief. Now, me and Nelson and you, we never had any problem changing our minds.
Right.
When confronted with new evidence. I did it, no problem. It's like, because we're looking for the truth. And these guys aren't doing that. They're scared shitless of the fact that they're wrong. They don't like to be made wrong. They don't like to be made a fool of, especially after they get a big old following. Because now they got to tell all their followers they were incorrect. Yeah. How do you do that?
And what's left of their following too, because it's dwindling, and they wonder why it's dwindling.
Right.
Yes. And it's like that's what's going on here. That has nothing to do with the fact that they have any integrity at all of their own belief system. No, they built a following around they built a foundation on water, and it's stinking and a very, very shaky foundation, and now it's stinking, and it's like now they got to come out and say, hey guys, we may have had some things incorrect, and we need to relook at it or review it or have a second look or whatever. And they scared shitless to do that because they're afraid of all the people that are gonna bail on them. You know why? Because that's exactly what happened to Wackland. They all bailed. The moment I said, hey, we got to revisit this, they got scared. Yeah. And they bailed, and they went someplace safe. They went to the burning camp. Safe. Yeah. Bernie's gonna make it all better.
Yeah.
You're gonna make them feel good. You
Yeah.
know, you're gonna caress your little belief system.
Yeah, he was there to use 9/11. I mean, it's such a thing.
Exactly.
He was there to use it. I mean, you criticize it, the government using it for war, but in a way, he's using it to create his own war against the whatever
Right.
ghost he's chasing.
And
It's
and
the
then
same
when
thing.
when it fails, by his own admission, when he said it was a thriving group, and then I just got tired of it, decided to move on. It's like, well, did you pass it on to somebody else to take on that thriving group and take responsibility? No, evidently you just destroyed it.
Right.
So
got the-
was it really thriving? No, it wasn't thriving. It was a dwindling group. He knows it was dwindling. It wasn't going anywhere, so he had to give up on it. Because you don't just take a thriving group and just walk away from it and leave
Correct.
it to crap.
Yeah,
out. You hand
absolutely.
it off to somebody to take responsibility for it and keep it going.
Okay, for you listeners out there, you're probably wondering why you haven't hanged yourself at this point, but there's only 20 minutes left of this video, of this audio, and it's basically Andy Steele's thoughts. So I'm going to play the rest of this. I think
Yeah.
he leaves off Craig McKee and Bernie Suarez at the end, and Steele actually gives his thoughts about us.
Yeah.
It's an honorable thing to do. So I'm asking you to publicly condemn these people for stealing the identity of Bernie Suarez, for writing disgusting things about him and Craig publicly under his name, for making false claims against staff members here. This is what happens when this stuff goes too far. We're not going to sit quietly anymore. What I'm guessing you're all going to hear, though, and I hope I'm wrong,
You are.
that David Chandler is being blackballed by 8/11 Truth because
That's
it was
true.
a Pentagon position,
True.
that ultimately these guys are morally right in putting out this stuff. Even though 8/11 Truth doesn't have a Pentagon position,
Wrong.
even though I knew his position for years,
That's
and
wrong.
cared for all those years and promoted his work on the towers, even though we only turned you off, David, when you went after people on the staff trying to get them fired for joining a Facebook group. My God, what grown man spends this much time on Facebook?
Oh,
I mean, I'm sickened by the fact that I even have to spend this much time on Facebook. I hate Facebook. It's just such an endless black hole.
I agree.
Nonsense.
I hate Facebook too. He's right.
Yeah, he's right.
Actually, he's right. It is. I've been bitching about getting off. I mean, I'm tired of doing all this crap. I'm tired of.
I use it just to post like my videos on it.
Yeah,
It's good for that because that's forum.
that's about it. But I mean, you can't even get it even in your own profile off your own friends. You get no views. There's a whole problem with the algorithm. So, it's that problem. Them charging for you to get circulation, and now all these encroachments, all that. But for myself, hey, it's I make these troll profiles like I've said already before because I've been blackballed by the major groups. So he's not wrong there. He's actually, his hostility is, I would be sick of it too. And it's always, it's the same nagging bullshit. So yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
They have to sit there and monitor this stuff now. What these people are doing. So they join a Facebook group on the Pentagon. So I guess I can't put out anything, my thoughts on any other political issues about what's going on in Afghanistan right now or about the election or whatever.
Like you qualified.
Arabs now exist. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Let it go. Just let it go. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
No, you don't have to explain yourself to any of these people. All right? You don't have to explain what you do in your free time, least of all to them.
Okay.
And we're not going to promote anyone or any groups that have proven they're willing to attack people in this organization or the organization itself when we don't follow their aggressive dictates. And these aren't the only people.
Does that mean you're gonna disavow Craig McKee?
Right. Oh. Same Craig McKee, who basically said that David Chandler and Wayne Cossey and Ross Muir and Ken Jenkins and John Wyndham are all not truthers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to add Ross Muir there. But basically attacking them for 10 years on your own blog.
Yeah. And he should be asking, is Bernie going to listen to me about Sandy Hook? Is he going to inform Bob Shuddy and Robin Weigel that, we were wrong about Sandy Hook and, we fucked up Wacklow over it too? No. That's not
Andy
right.
needs to be looking at the people immediately around him.
Yeah, he needs to pay attention. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he could be sensible because look, he knows the Sandy Hook is real. Yeah, it happened. But look how many people around you are fooled by it, man. Why does that happen? It's not because of the internet. It's not just because of the internet. It's our movement. Keep going.
People are coming at us with people trying to create issues out of nothing and taking on aggressive campaigns against people here. You got a right to use your free speech, but guess what? We have a right to react accordingly. When you get some kind of something from the organization, whether it's publicity or resources or some know-how, and then you use that against the people, the hardworking people here. I know it's a juicy conspiracy to think that, that we're all agents here secretly controlling it, but no, it's just really a lot of people making a lot of sacrifices to do this work. Believe me, this hasn't done any wonders for my life. That's all I'm going to say. But it's the right thing to do, and I'm proud of what I'm doing here. Anytime you do that, we aren't going to promote you. And that is the policy, and it has been the policy for a while. But now I am stating it.
Then live up to it.
Yeah.
Exercise it.
And I'm not doing this because I have some kind of vendetta on the Pentagon. Again, I'm not heavily involved in that issue. I don't care what anyone thinks about it. Nor am I doing
You
this.
should.
Right.
You should.
Why not?
You don't care about the
Brandon,
integrity of your group. You don't give a shit about the integrity of your organization.
And I want to know why. Why does he not care about it?
Right.
Yeah.
It's the most.
Are you here to
the
serve the
simplest
victim's family
thing.
or not? Well, I'm only, everyone excluding the passengers.
Halfway.
Yeah.
Halfway.
Keep going.
Yeah.
So my God, I don't care about that. I mean, I always tell people, say whatever you want about me. Just spell my name right, because it drives me nuts when people leave that extra E off the end of it.
Good, I'll remember.
I mean, it's not every day.
I'm like that. I don't like when people leave my S on my last name. I hate being called Martin.
I'm an agent. I'm in an ivory tower. Blah blah blah. It's all rhetorical vomit, as far as I'm concerned, and all part of being a public figure. Which, in relation to AE and doing the show, I guess I am. And most of it I find amusing. Kelly gets it even worse than me. And no, I'm not being controlled by Craig McKee. You can hear him right here. There's no puppet strings going on here.
How would you know?
Discovered the fake Bernie.
How do we know that?
I know. How would he know?
Right.
How do we know melting steel?
How would he know? If he's controlled, then he would have no conscious understanding of it.
Wait,
If he did have a conscious understanding of his own control, then he would hopefully have enough wherewithal to cut ties.
Profile. This has pretty much been my initiative. Mine. So if you want to come after someone, come after me, please.
No, you're not important enough. And
Right.
I don't find you interesting, actually. You only did this so you can get your 5 minutes of fame, and you interviewed two of the, people that we basically do have an interest in, because they purport falsehoods, espouse falsehoods to the public. You basically just interview people. That's it. And you interview fringe conspiracy theorists that hurt the truth.
Yeah.
That's all you do. You don't have any work on your own. You don't have films. You don't have written work. You don't have anything to speak of. And that's why I really can't really speak bad about you. You're nothing.
I beg you, come after me.
You're welcome.
They tend to do a beeline around me.
Right.
And I think I know why. Fake profiles of people, these accusations. I mean, this is crossing the line. These inquisitions, these badgering organizations to go after your rivals on some unrelated issue, refusing to refute these lies, leaving them to hang out there in the ether. Give me a break. These things did not happen to me. All right. But they happen to people I know. And even though I'm more of a lurker than a participant in social media, I'm watching these people take over groups, various Facebook groups. And they pull the crap, and I want the truth community to know exactly what they're dealing with here. I'm hanging them out for you to see. And they're
Please.
all I haven't made any observations tonight. I've simply read these people's.
Oh, wow.
No such thing as bad publicity, dude.
You don't know anything about marketing, I guess.
No, you don't, and that's what you're supposed to be ahead of.
Oh, Jack.
Right.
Hey, negative.
By the way,
press,
this is going to
no
be
press.
this is going to be devastating to the A&E truth. A&E.
This is.
I hope if they listen to this. Oh my God! If any of you that listen to this long, man, thank you. I wouldn't even put this much time to listen to something like this, But hey,
it's here for you.
It's here.
Right, and listen, we're not deriding you. We're not. I want to make this clear, and I think I speak for Ed.
It's not about Andy Steele.
Right,
it's not about Andy Steele.
We're not generalizing architects and engineers here. We're picking on Andy Steele, Craig McKee, and Bernie Suarez. They're the ones making malicious comments about us. They're the ones purporting falsehoods, and they're the ones.
And Honecker too, because she's all behind that part of the AE organization too.
I agree, but she's not in this call. But yes, you're right. And these are the people. Look, we're not doing this to crush the organization. We're trying to help you to get rid of them, because what they're doing is destroying you. They're destroying you. I actually like some of the people in architects and engineers. So I want them to.
I like Richard Gage. I like him. He's a great guy. I just think he got in over his head and ended up getting infiltrated a bunch of nonsense people.
Yes.
And
I've just heard he's
stuck.
Yeah, he's surrounded a bunch of agents. Yeah. That's what I've heard too.
Dude,
I've met Richard Gage. He knows who I am. I've been over his house twice.
I've helped him with projects and stuff.
Yeah. You filmed the interview with Ed Asner
twice.
Yeah.
So
no contributions to this. Come on.
Right. We're not here to badger you or to destroy your group. They're doing it for you. We're trying to help you get rid of them. This is not an attack on free speech. This is an attack on information. Their information is false. It's demonstrably false.
Yes.
Use the scientific method in your head.
Yeah.
Why would you protect people who are hurting your movement by espousing theories that are false?
Yeah.
And
not just that.
And then attacking the very people who are showing them that they're wrong and that are affiliated with your organization.
And not just that, but you're affiliate yourself with people who actively engage in stopping the information that you guys have from being presented.
Exactly.
Why would you want to do that?
Right. I just said it before. Why isn't 7 being promoted? Maybe it's because Craig McKee and Kelly David and Andy Steele and them really aren't about that. They don't care about the collapse of the towers.
They don't have no ideas.
Right.
They have nothing.
I never heard once, and Craig McKee's your writer, I never heard Craig McKee once promote that film, 7. Kelly David did. Andy Steele, I guess, did. But Craig McKee never did. Barbara Honecker never did. Start thinking, guys.
Where it's back to you. Shows you their actions, their behavior. You do what you want with it. But if you're sick of it, then let's be symbolic. Let's be metaphorical tonight. I'm freeing you of them. I don't have any power, but I'm freeing you of them. You don't have to meet these people on their terms. You don't have to kiss their asses because they might have done something once for 9/11 Truth years ago. And they're squeezing that 15 minutes of fame for all it's worth, claiming some kind of authority.
Wow, was that a kick on you guys?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like I give a fuck about fame. Come on.
Yeah. He was already doing that with the whole Wacklet thing with
I was just gonna say, at least you guys were in the street.
Yeah.
Where were you?
Yeah, we were.
Where were you?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I meant. That's why we don't know who he is. I don't know him as a We Are Change member or part of a troop chapter. I don't know of him as that. No.
Past or present AE affiliations to try to bully someone is not doing it with our consent, with our knowledge, and we condemn that. If these people are disrupting your groups, kick them out. You're free to do that. You got to be a leader.
Yes,
right?
do that.
Please do it.
Yes.
Kick
them out.
Make more troll profiles.
Kick them out.
I'll just have to make more troll profiles.
Well, we know who they are.
Ed, I am absolutely convinced there's a mirror in front of these people.
Me too.
There's a mirror.
Always correlate with being popular or having an easy time of it. Sometimes you have to do tough things that people don't like. We have to just take a stand. And I can already hear objections. You're being negative. We need unity. Greg already addressed this. First of all, when I was first waking up to 9/11 Truth, talked about it to people, I would hear the same thing. You're being negative. Really? Negative? Reporting the facts? I mean, the first step towards
What facts?
turning a negative into a positive is talking about it. And as far as
Yeah, too bad I got shut up.
Yeah, go
Too
ahead.
bad we got shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah, too bad we got shut down. Wasn't allowed to talk about it. Why don't you turn to Bernie right there, Bernie boy right there, and ask him why you shut me down?
Yeah.
Ask him why you wouldn't allow us to speak about it? Why wouldn't he allow us to revisit the evidence, new evidence that we wanted to present? Still, to this day, never presented it. You have no clue what we know. No clue.
None.
Not even a fucking sliver.
Yeah.
Not even a fucking sliver. of the
And how many years was he doing what? Of YouTube on what? What did he expose? What did he do? What did he accomplish? What?
He didn't do a goddamn thing.
No,
He didn't
chased
do a fucking
ghosts.
thing.
Just chasing ghosts. Chasing Alex Jones's
He
ghosts.
built a thriving organization and was too stupid to figure out how to keep it going after he left. two groups now he belonged to went down.
Man.
So if Bernie Suarez walks into the organization, everybody turn around and kick him out because he's going to destroy it.
We got proof of it. Two groups in LA are broken.
Yeah, two groups.
Wait, two groups.
That's it. Yeah.
What a legacy.
Great job. You gonna unite with them? Get your picture taken with them? Put in your next newsletter? Invite them to your next conference call? Of course not. I'm not accusing anyone of being a murderer here, but I'm using this extreme example so I can illustrate a point. Bad actions are bad actions. Just because somebody seemingly agrees with you on some issue, it doesn't mean that they should always be united with. Some people are extremely toxic. Some people are poison.
Well,
some
get true.
Things and
That's
yet
true.
caught in their actions on
you know, he's speaking a lot of truth here.
Yes,
at certain points he really is. Yeah, but he's right about that. There is a problem with that.
That's right.
Other things. So you use your own brain. And I'm not going to go out and accuse anybody else or, accuse anyone of being poison out there. That's for everybody to decide. But
You did with David Chan. What are you talking about?
You did.
They got short-minded. Oh, my God.
You do not have to be bullied or pressured by these people. And the thing is, I'm not being bullied because I'd have to be vulnerable to be bullied. I don't think I am. Don't you feel that way either? Stand up to them. Kick them right out. You don't have to explain yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
No, they're right there. You can jump to them right now.
Kick them in the balls.
We're not a cult.
Right there.
Ultimately, you should be in it for the cause, not for the movement.
Oh.
All right, the cause.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Right to think what you want.
Man, I
would also advise you to take whoever these people recommend, not only with a grain of salt, but a whole bucket of salt water poured over it.
Good Lord.
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. God.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's what we promote. I can't believe he's speaking that. Yes, exactly. Right. I want people to make that decision.
This last part of the video is the best part of the video.
It's the
podcast.
Wholeheartedly.
Totally.
Wholeheartedly.
I'm convinced to my satisfaction that these people are not acting in good faith, folks. Anyone they're sending you to is likely to lead you off of a cliff.
Really?
So watch out for anyone that they are recommending.
All you have to do to show this is entertain us.
Off of a cliff. And
the irony is that they're already off the cliff.
Right.
Here's the thing.
They're deep in the bowels of hell.
Yeah. And just to remind them, they had 4 years of Trump, of a conspiracy theorist president in office to accomplish something. A president who actually contacted AE before he even ran, before he even had his appearance on Alex Jones. He had correspondence with Richard Gage. So you had that. You had that chance. So you already went off the end. Yeah, you did.
Wow.
You did.
Okay. I had no idea.
There you go.
There you go.
Pretty much my thoughts on this matter. Bernie, Craig, any final thoughts? We'll start with Bernie.
Like I said, these information war operations have been
information war. Alex Jones.
Modern day.
No, information war operations.
America.
It makes them sound
Infowars.
5G.
Place in these wars that we're in. the people that brought down the towers and did 9/11 need to be brought to justice.
Yeah.
And no one should be surprised that here we are 20 years later.
Yep.
And these individuals that you've highlighted today, one of the things that is the common denominator in all of them is that the end result of what they are doing, aside from dividing people and everything we've talked about, is that they are bringing you back to the altar of the 9/11 official story. Checkmate. That speaks for itself.
Dude, you're playing you're playing badminton. You're playing backgammon. It's like, you're not even playing the right game. You know, you're not even in the vicinity of being in the correct game.
Oh
You're
my!
like called checkmate while you're playing, backgammon and shit. It's like you're like not even playing a good game of checkers.
Pick up sticks.
It's like
Absolutely,
like
and I
checkmate.
will point out something that Mr. Chandler and his other group members have now been focused mainly on the Pentagon for the last 10 years, and during all that time, they've done all kinds of research papers and PowerPoint presentations and interviews and all kinds of things. And
wow, we did a lot of work.
Wow!
Wow, we're actually doing shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
And then Gwen and you keep making and you what?
Meanwhile, back at the ranch in the Truth of Shadows.
I just heard. Oh my God! I can't believe he thought that was big.
God, I know.
Are you kidding me? PowerPoint presentation, electrolyte.
Can you believe people do work? They do work.
Written academic papers,
Right. I mean, memes. Can we talk memes?
I know,
Has
right?
any one of those particular items ever focused primarily on challenging the official story of 9/11? Every one of them has mainly been focused on reaffirming one element after another of the official story.
Yeah. We want to prove box cutters were used.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Planes were hijacked, McKee. And to you, that's the official.
That is the
story.
entire official story.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because you read 2 pages of the 9/11
dork.
official story.
I hate that motherfucker.
He is I can't stand it.
A crumb thrown in there about, maybe it was remote control, as a way of saying we don't support the official story. But
I don't believe in remote control. So now what?
Now
I guess
what?
I'm a full official conspiracy, a full official story nut job then, I guess, huh?
I guess we all are. I mean,
Yeah.
If I brought up the issue of, say, Bajinka plot, right? I could count on my hand. This is unfortunate. I could count on my hand who can actually talk about this with some authority, right? If only we had that many people who are ignorant of Bajinka, who knew about Bajinka, we would be well above and beyond, past the Southern District of New York, or where Motley Rice and Creedler. By the way, guess what law firm isn't there? Lawyers Committee for 9/11.
That's right.
Right. So they're meanwhile, 2 blocks away, they got their bullhorn, their cheerleaders, basically screaming at the top of their lungs that the official story is wrong. Well, guess what? Motley Rice and Creedler are basically having success, or maybe they're in on it. I don't know. Maybe it's me.
talk about
Yeah.
is promoting an aspect of the official story. And also, we mentioned how
An aspect. What about the rest?
He doesn't know it.
No.
He doesn't know it. Let me ask you, if you brought up a hijacker's name that isn't Muhammad Atta or Hani Hanjour, do you think he's going to know it?
Hell no.
Oh, hell no.
And he calls himself an investigator.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the
I
only
love
2
it.
hijacker names they know. That's it.
Right. I love these fawning declarations of I'm an advocate for truth about the subject that you dedicated 10 years of your life with, and you can't even name a fucking suspect. Most of them,
No, their suspects are Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. They're
Right.
just suspects.
yeah, the simple names, right?
The WASP conspiracy.
Yeah, David Chandler also calls me a cult leader, like saying that I the CIT supporters in the movement, that agree with me that that we're all a cult. So they love to use that word cult.
You are.
And I think the fact that he won't respond to the Kelly David thing is very revealing. And there was one time I think he won't say anything negative about Fitzgerald. I think that's why he's not answering, is because he wants.
Well, all right, I got to stick up for Dave here. Yeah, he actually, we had a conference one time, and nobody was privy to this except for Mike Santangelo, and somebody else. Well, Dave Chandler actually called me once, all right? And Dave Chandler said, Adam, you could work so much better if you just tone down your attitude, right? And I had this once before, a long time ago, before I got into 9/11. It was about religion and theology, where I had an atheist who was actually biblically literate tell me, because I was very aggressive, I was an anti-theist. He told me that your shtick is getting boring. In other words, I'm bringing nothing to the table. And I respected this person. And I remember being completely like, oh my, I really like this guy. I thought he was awesome. Wow, he's criticizing me. But I didn't say, fuck him, right? I said, what's wrong? What did I do wrong? And I took a year off. I remember saying, I'm not going back to those viral rooms. I got to know what's wrong. And I found out what was wrong with me, because I allowed a preconceived worldview. I'm still an atheist. I don't believe in God, but I'm not an anti-theist because I became the very people I despised, which were the overly religious. So in other words, what I did was I listened to philosophers and stuff like that about human construct and whatnot. And I promised I would never make that mistake again in any study. Well, the next study was 9/11. So in other words, I didn't go into 9/11 with any preconceived bias. I had a clean slate. I didn't know anything about it. I lived in New York. I saw the attack of the South Tower, okay, from my roof. And basically, I didn't know what did I know, right? And so I started with it really clear. I didn't go into it thinking, oh, I know what didn't happen here. I wanted to know more. And basically, when I saw the physics, I said, wow, this is really intimidating. I started with, well, I like true crime. I want to know more about the suspects. And that led me to where I am today. And that was in 2006. You didn't do that, McKee. You started with the premise of this. I know what didn't happen at the Pentagon. I know what didn't happen at the World Trade Center. I know what didn't happen at the Shanksville, right? Because any type of competing argument is automatically nullified because you already state that I know what didn't happen here. That's your problem. And that's why you're stuck on a blog that is dead now, and you're resorting to memes, which
That's why your stick is getting boring.
Right. And guess what? You're going to be forgotten. And guess who's going to be left standing? We are. Because we're the only ones putting up new information daily.
He doesn't want to go on record as saying anything to disagree with Fitzgerald. I mean, one time Fitzgerald put out a list of who he thought were infiltrators on Facebook. And included in that list were the loose change people, which includes Dylan Avery, who's working for AE now. Barbara Honecker, Christopher Boleyn.
Here it is.
A couple of other people. I'm just forgetting off the top of my head. And when Chandler chimed in, his response was to say, good list. So he's happy to throw people under the bus. But
yes. And Nelson and that, we've been saying it for years. Screw these people. They're lying.
They're priding themselves on having Dylan Avery. Yeah. Wow.
Right. Damn right.
Yeah. There'll be people that are going to be totally against that. Jeez.
I can't believe that you would actually defend people who actually defend even the ridiculous, like William Butts or like Phil Jahan.
Yeah.
Guys who don't even believe there were even physical freaking planes or even jumping.
Now here's the thing. I like Dylan personally. We went to Cine Gear together, hung out. He's a great guy. I just don't agree with him on 9/11. But he's a cool guy to hang out with. We have a lot in common with respect to film and cinema, and he's pretty good. He's getting really good at filmmaking. Actually, he's actually moving on to beyond that the genre.
Already after he destroyed it. Yeah, but anyways.
Yeah. So, but I'm like just from just to show, hey, look, I'm not. We don't hate these people. I don't, at least.
No.
I don't. I don't. I know you guys might, but
Yeah.
I just think they have a psychosis.
But he will,
I think they have a responsibility.
Yeah, well, the psychosis, though, but the
Exactly.
psychosis is not confronting that responsibility.
Yeah.
There's something sitting there mentally that keeps them from being able to do it.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. Like I have more of a bone to pick with Burmis than Avery, because Avery's not doing a blog or not doing
exactly.
Right.
Burmis is, and he's still the info warrior, dude. Get lost.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
he won't contradict Fitzgerald in that crowd. So that's pretty good.
All right? What's the contradict, by the way? That
He has.
Can I
Bullshit. Yeah, Chandler's called me crazy.
Did he really?
over what I said about Building 7. You're crazy. All right, I was crazy to get in the movement in the first place.
Healthy debate. Hey, by the way, that's healthy debate.
It is.
Do a lot. And can I add to that one last thing?
Oh,
The audio that you played, Andy, was that Fitzgerald saying that we need a new movement? Yeah, absolutely. And I will point out something that Mr. Chandler and his other group members have now been focused mainly on the Pentagon for the last 10 years. And during all that time, they've done all kinds of research papers and PowerPoint presentations and interviews and all kinds of things. And not once has any one of those particular items ever focused primarily on challenging the official story of 9/11. Every one of them has mainly been focused
Every
on
single one of them has been focused on challenging the official story of 9/11, but they don't understand the official story of 9/11, therefore cannot identify what the official story is, and therefore cannot make any sort of proper, intelligent, comparative analysis.
Here is something that I challenge with the official story. It's incomplete. Why? Because they didn't add all the interviews they did, basically. And I'll use an example. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer. He gave an interview to Philip Zelikow at Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan in 2003 about the Able Danger program, which was never revealed to anybody outside of the program. When he told him that, Philip Zelikow gave him his card and said, I want you to come back to the United States and testify. Guess what? Schaefer did come back to the United States, and they didn't call him, and they didn't ask him to testify. And so when Kurt Weldon, the Democrat out of Pennsylvania, which Schaefer went to a year after, because he told him about what was going on, Kurt Weldon called 9/11 Commission, his staffer called 9/11 Commission staffer Chris Kojum. And what his staffer said was, yeah, we know about Anthony Schaefer, but we decided not to use Able Danger because it, quote, it didn't fit with the story we wanted to tell.
Yeah, because there was already an official narrative set in place weeks after 9/11 when they filtered down and calmed everybody down. And that's what I cover in Bojinka Maximum. I show how that worked.
But where are you on that, guys? Where are you?
One part of the official narrative. That's one part. And there's so many others.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. One element after another of the official story. And there's just like a little crumb thrown in there about, oh, maybe it was remote control, as a way of saying we don't support the official story. But almost everything they talk about.
Where did he get that from? I don't
idea.
say remote control planes.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Nelson, you don't.
No. I it may be picked up from Chandler, maybe, because that's what he thinks that idea may have been if it was too complicated to, hit certain targets. But I don't think it is.
It goes to show you that if they're picking up from someone, then they're lumping all of us into the same group and engaging in a group collective thought thing, which is not true. We are all individuals. We all have our own beliefs and understandings. So
But
it's like they need
the
to.
whole time. Right. That's what they've been doing the whole time.
Promoting an aspect of the official story. And also, we mentioned how, they use certain terms. David Chandler also calls me a cult leader, like saying that the CIT supporters in the movement, that agree with me that we're all a cult. So they love to use that word cult.
Sorry, repeating again?
Yeah, you know what happened? This is what I thought too. Somehow that got replayed near the end.
Yeah, it did. There was a loop. I had noticed. It wasn't just me.
there
Yeah,
was.
there is. Yeah.
So,
So make sure you get to that towards the end of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just play.
He won't respond to the
'Cause we're 10
Kelly
minutes
David thing
away.
is very revealing. You know, and there was one time I think he won't say anything negative about Fitzgerald. I think that's why he's not answering.
Authored paper on
Yeah.
cognitive
Yeah,
infiltration of conspiracy groups, quote unquote. And it did pretty okay. You know, there were no guests on the show and it didn't go out in any AE bulletins, but it got a lot of likes and a lot of attention around social media. So perhaps it struck a chord with a silent majority out there. You know, people who may feel that it was a good topic to re-examine.
Well, that's the Cass Sunstein, because I fast forward a little bit. He's talking about the Cass Sunstein story.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they're having some experiences out there right now that made this information really resonate with them.
Good.
But a few people didn't like it. And some of those people were the same wacky characters we talked about tonight.
Whoa. All right, he's wrong here because I got to speak up. I love the article because I used it as a proof that you are employing people who are espousing falsehoods.
Yeah.
That's what Cass Sunstein was talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about me, but he's talking about me, my response, my personal response to him about the Cass Sunstein.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Oh,
This
yeah.
is the end.
Well,
I
there's
remember
one mention. In fact, it seemed like within no time, these few were on top of that show in the comments section on social media, calling for people to be fired and all of that.
Yeah.
So for some reason, they seem to be really triggered by that episode. I'm not sure why.
Nope.
So later in the week, our marketing guy posted on our Facebook page a story from our site from 2010. It was about Cass Sunstein, and he did this as a follow-up for that episode. And within no time, some of these creepy crawlies jumped on an excerpt from that article, you know, trying to solidify a new talking point to run
Yeah,
with.
this is your point. That's when you, yeah.
Yeah, that's the video I did.
Yeah, that's that part. But then it's going to get into me, my criticism. But you're not even criticizing because you're just making a point at that, like, look into the links further. Like, you guys are doing exactly what they say.
Bingo. Yeah, that's
This
right. That's
post from this 2010 article, we've revealed that we're agents. The cat is out of the bag because of this excerpt. I'm going to read the excerpt to you. COINTELPRO, the FBI's 15-year counterintelligence program initiated by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover himself in 1956, illegally targeted a wide spectrum of citizen activist groups for infiltration and disruption. So far, so good. Then this. The openness of Sunstein and Vermeule's call for such a program to be resurrected supports what many in the 9/11 Truth movement have suspected for many years, that government money is being used to pay people posing as truth activists to knowingly promote false information and increase factionalism. And it includes a link to a website allegedly debunking the Pentagon flyover theory and other Pentagon explanations.
That's right.
And so I looked at this, I read it, and it's actually regrettable that the paragraph is in this article.
Regrettable. Regrettable. Regrettable.
Well, oh my God. And that's what I illuminated in the video. And I'm going to assume that's what Nelson illuminated.
Too much YouTube watching. I'm just looking for YouTube films. I'm not reading anything.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yes. It is regrettable, isn't it? And by the way, it was brought to my attention by a member of Architects and Engineers that they edited it out, the link. The link.
From within your own ranks, Steele. From within your own ranks.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Because it's more of an opinion than any kind of fact. And
so now he's going to break it down.
The cognitive infiltration paper by Sunstein and Vermeule was calling for. So the key words here to look at are these. What many in the 9/11 Truth movement have suspected. So it's sort of like when you look at that, it's like those ancient alien shows on History Channel.
No, you're wrong, Steele. The key words were what Sunstein pointed out specifically with the link you managed to take out. it was basically, I read it off the list. And now, by the way, I'm now the only video where I show you the list of claims made, ironically, by the people in your organization. That's the whole irony of this. This whole audio today was really a mirror of you, not of
Hey,
us.
Adam,
Yeah.
that's very regrettable.
It's
Play, dude.
Very
We gotta end this.
yeah, we got 3 minutes.
Or whatever fantastic claim they make by saying, but some ancient alien theorists believe, and then they'll go on to say some kind of fantastical thing.
So he goes from
Basically,
9/11
all
to
you have
ancient
do is get a
aliens.
couple of
Wait,
people to
what's that, Ed?
He goes from this to aliens. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know,
No,
really?
say
He's
it,
not trying to poison
and
the well
then
here.
use that line to give it some authority. Like if I question a couple of 8-year-olds and then report it to everyone, some people suspect that Santa Claus is real. But whenever you hear a line like that, it's more of a projection of the author's opinion, unless there's some kind of source to back it up. So when I talk about cognitive infiltration in Cass Sunstein's paper, I can go right to passages from that paper where they talk about infiltrating groups and just reintroducing official stories into those groups, those quote unquote conspiracy groups. That's what the paper says to do. It doesn't talk about the strategy that's being talked about in this paragraph. And the page that this article linked to was based on opinion too, at least in that paragraph. And I'm not sure which volunteer wrote that back in 2010, since it was still very new back then.
Wow.
But man,
Try to cover his ass.
Running.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me backpedal this shit here.
Right.
With it now, and I mean they are running. I'm seeing people get badgered with the same talking point by these same creepy crawlies on Facebook. It's almost like they're desperate to get that out, But this comment from one Facebook group administrator gives me some pleasure, and this is exactly how to handle this kind of thing. I won't mention names, but the administrator wrote this to the troll that was stalking him in the comments. This is what he wrote. He said, "You have a blank photo, your account looks like it could be fake, and your comments on my threads are leading and abrasive. If you don't like me or what I do in this group, see yourself out. If you plan on staying, deal with the fact that I'll say and do as I please." So there you go. Be like that guy.
Why? So he basically can make shit up, and if you challenge him, well, you don't like it, you can go fuck yourself. That's all I heard. That's what you consider, that's what you consider the emphasis of research.
Free thought, free speech, free
Alex
thought,
Fitzgerald
Yeah.
running with this talking point too. And now, after last week's show, he seems to have a new name on his hit list. Let's listen.
Now do the right thing, Richard Gage, but I know you won't because you don't got the backbone to do it. Maybe you can prove me wrong. Fire Kelly David.
Yes.
Fire Craig McKee.
Yes.
Fire Andy Steele.
Yes.
So I don't know about you folks, but that gives me a warm feeling inside. Like maybe I'm on the right track here.
Are you?
Like a big warm hug from the universe saying, "You done good, son." I don't know. What do you think? Anyway, I mainly wanted to report this. So remember when Nelson wrote to me and admitted that the Bernie account was a troll account by quote?
So after all that, I really wanted to report this.
Yeah, this is
contacted me on Facebook with Ed Brotherton included. Strangely, after that, one of them sent me some kind of invite to talk on video, and I didn't accept it. And when I asked what it was about, Ed Brotherton said he didn't know. So I said, okay. And as I stated on previous episodes, I like to keep pulling on threads and see how much I can unravel as I pull on it here. And I figured we were at the point in our own personal Columbo movie, me and Nelson, where you ever watch those? It was like an event in my house when I was a kid, whenever a Columbo TV movie would come on. We loved those. Right. So, Columbo kind of pretends to be kind of doofless throughout the entire movie and kind of breaks down the criminal. But at some point, he's got enough evidence. He kind of drops the doofless act and he just directly questions them.
Right, but in this sense, you're just doofless.
Yeah.
You're not an investigator or a cop.
Yeah, there's no questioning.
Right. Yeah.
So why did you murder your wife? and the criminal already knows that they're had by that point, so they can just confess. And it's always exciting when that happens. Still, you've been following.
Oh yeah. He's thinking like that. The whole point. I mean, when I even reached him about the comic book and get into that, I was going to tell him anyways. But he's trying to puzzle it and figure out. Oh, it was really Nelson's running Bernie. I'm like, duh. Why do you think I mentioned the fucking the medical advice thing? Hello.
What you should have told was, and I wouldn't have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
That's you kids.
So anyway, I decided that we were at this point in our own Columbo movie, and I did just that. I wrote to Nelson without Ed included, and I asked him this. So I'm curious about something. Why did you make a fake profile of Bernie, and where did you get the pictures of him when you made it? And I didn't figure he would answer. I figured he would clam up. And then we recorded that interview with Bernie and Craig that you just listened to.
Rushed to do this. Yeah.
Today. Rushed. And then later that night, I received a new Facebook message from Nelson, this time with Ed Brotherton included, of course. And strangely, this one is well written. It's not like the evolving ape style that Nelson typically writes in. And it cordially begins.
That was a good one. I'll give him credit. That was a good one.
Dilemmas all week trying to finalize my new film to prepare it for debut on this upcoming anniversary. I mean, folks, he even uses a semicolon in this.
Holy shit.
But, further down, he writes,
I don't even know semicolons.
What is that?
And I hear the colon.
Why I think that Facebook account is not Bernie is because I'm running it. There is no reason why he would be my or Ed's friend on Facebook. And in the next paragraph after that, he writes, why I made a whole profile of Bernie mainly has to do with being blocked from the main 9/11 Truth Movement group headed by Ken Dock. And then he goes on to bash Craig. And who knows if that's really the reason he made it.
Yeah, it is.
It is the reason.
It is. You could ask Ken Dock probably. He probably admit it.
Guy, folks. But that doesn't matter. What matters now is that I have all the screen prints I need and a full confession. So thank you, Nelson. You are the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes.
I mean, every shitty group needs to have.
Hey, I'm glad it took you so long to fucking figure it out. You fucking idiot.
Like the gift that keeps on giving, like herpes.
And this is to them the epic of 9/11. This is it. They cracked the case.
Yeah, this is they investigate.
Right.
Yeah, they investigate us instead of investigating 9/11.
Isn't that something? I mean,
it's crazy.
We're the suspects.
It's fucking nuts.
I just.
So I could dangle that little carrot to them, that potential that I might be willing to listen to their gas and, who knows, maybe hear them and jump to their side. Of course, I never planned to, but,
No, you won't.
They didn't know that. And it seemed to keep them at bay while also keeping them coming back to me. So I guess that was a smart thing to do. But strangely enough, the cognitive infiltration show appeared to spark something in Nelson, too. Because in this long message where he confesses to running the fake Bernie account, he spends 3 whole paragraphs trying to discourage me from focusing on Sunstein. And at one point saying, in this, focusing on Sunstein is purely following Alex Jones's marching orders. What is this guy's obsession with Alex Jones?
I wonder.
Oh, no, it's almost pathological.
He didn't even bother to read it all off either. It's just funny. It's just, it's marching orders. It's just his, Obama bashing,
I could see it like this whole right wing, this far right.
Yeah. This is when Jones was coming out of his closet and, when he starts to, his.
Right.
Interesting, though, while he spent a lot of the confession message talking about how bad Bernie is, it's written in this newly respectful tone, and it's written really well and with proper punctuation. Isn't that weird?
That's a big deal.
And he ended the message here by inviting me to join him and Ed in a video conference, either on Facebook or on Zoom. Says he wants to talk about Bernie and the problem with no planers. They seem eager to get me into some kind of video conference.
No, it's eager that he's willing to even admit what he did.
Right.
Yeah. Which automatically destroys that you cracked the case.
Yeah.
And I told them maybe some night. Maybe. But you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think I'm very interested.
I think.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you
I'm
very
gonna
much.
pass on
Yeah.
that, Nelson and Ed. Sorry, guys. So
Don't
that's
apologize. We already knew.
Yeah. And
Yeah, we already
that,
did.
that's the end of it, right?
Yeah.
So he leaves it off right there.
Yeah, yeah, and it's up for him. And it's up for him to decide because I still responded too. You know, it's just like, you know, makes no difference to me. I mean, look how many followers he has on his damn podcast. He doesn't have any. It's ridiculous.
I actually think he has 450.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not even going to make fun of it. You know, it's still 450 people he wants to reach. Here's, you know, I want your closing thoughts on this. And what are your closing thoughts?
Me, my closing thoughts on all this. My God, I think we've had too many thoughts on all this. I think we've gotten to cover all of it. Every lame thing they said, every inaccuracy. I mean, he doesn't know who I am. He hasn't watched any of my films, so he doesn't. You know, that's why I was. You know, that's why I'm light on him. I mean, in comparison to Bernie and McKee, and it is what it is. You know, and it's like I didn't expect it to escalate to him to doing a podcast about it. You know, I expected some correspondence or whatever, and I was going to tell him anyways. But dude, he found out like, oh shit, I got a show. Oh boy, do I got a show for you guys now. But you know, goes you just. You know, it's like, what do you say? Like, what can I say?
Well,
what can I say? What can I say? I mean, more than what I've already have already.
Well, let me ask you this then, Nelson. What would you like to say to the rest of architects and engineers who basically are on the fence regarding them, regarding like Craig McKee and Kelly David and his faction that resides within architects and engineers? Because there is a faction.
Yeah.
It's noticeable. And what would you say?
All I can say is like, you know, if they're on the fence, you know, what are they on the fence? I mean, they must be on the fence because they haven't watched David Chandler or Ken Jenkins' film. Well, guess what? Watch it. And if that's not enough, do the 5 hours and watch Wayne Coste's film painstakingly. You guys are all about the science angle, and that's exactly the way they did it. And get over it. Grow the fuck up. Quit being a bunch of babies. You know, it's like you wonder why this movie doesn't get anywhere. Hello, we've let you. If you put it this way, if you accepted this, that you know you're wrong. If we, you know, admitted that if you guys admitted that yes, Al Qaeda was involved, not that they did it all themselves, not that Osama bin Laden was the mastermind and all, not all that, but that yeah, maybe he's a financier. Sure, I believe that, but you guys will be able to get more people into the movement. You will be able to draw. And you know what? You'd have publicity because people would say, holy shit, people are fucking finally acknowledging, you know, you guys don't have anything. You have nothing new. You know, it's get this shit straight. Alex Jones betrayed you people. Get over it. He doesn't promote you guys. You guys, and I already know AE was having problems or a questioning of like whether to keep, you know, having their DVDs distributed by Jones. I know all those people in the movement hate him. They all do. So it's like, dude, if you know, have some honor. You know, if you don't believe me, go talk to the victims' families. Go talk to someone that was at the Pentagon. You know, try. Get off your ass. Do something. I mean, so don't just sit there and just watch my films or whatever. Go. Get out there. You know, I don't care if it's been 20 years already. You know, it's like you want to save yourself. Like I said, I already said it. You had 4 years of Trump in office. It's like, what else can you do? I mean, look what happened. I mean, you had these QAnon idiots. You had all those people storm the fucking Capitol. I mean, and I guarantee you, 3/4 of those people all believe Building 7 came down for demolition. But what happened? Where you lost all that capital? Why didn't they storm the Capitol in the fucking wars or had to ban an investigation? No, you let it turn into all this fucking all the right wing crap, all the fucking culture war shit. You know, everything from Sandy Hook and all that other crap. So, you know, and then, you know, whatever. It's like, what people can have their opinion about Trump, or like they could say he was this and that, whatever. The reality is he was president. He did become president. He got there by help, unfortunately, by, you know, the conspiracy theorists. They voted him in. You guys had all the chance to do something, and you didn't. You didn't organize. You guys fought amongst each other. Nothing, you know. And it's like, I don't know. What do you want? You guys, do they want another attack? Does there need to be more blood? Do you need more than 3,000 people dead? Do you finally do something? Do you finally start actually like researching terrorism? I don't know. It's like, are these people just desensitized already? I don't know. Look, I could keep going and going and going, but I'm not going to do it, dude. We've done this fucking 4 hours on this last one almost, so.
Ed Noisy. Ed, I'll actually, Ed, any final thoughts?
I just like to say to them directly, and to Richard Gage personally, you know, clean up your own house before you start cleaning up somebody else's.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. All the lawsuits and everything else. I mean, well, I guess they don't focus so much on the Pentagon or whatever, but they're all tied in with all that stuff. So
and that's mostly directed to Andy Steele, by the way.
Yeah,
clean up your own house.
And what would be your thoughts regarding those in architects and engineers who are basically evidence oriented against a faction in architects and engineers that is not?
You need to get rid of the suppressive individuals that are in the group. Otherwise, you're going to bring it down. It's simple as that. Identify who's not, you know, who are actually suppressing the organization, and get rid of them.
It's dysfunctional.
Otherwise you're not going to thrive.
Yeah, it's a dysfunctional organization.
You're not going to. It's going to destroy you. And I want A&E to thrive. I want A&E to succeed. I want them to fulfill their mission, whatever that mission might be. I want them to be able to get enough knowledge to feel comfortable to expand that mission. But all these people within their group and within their organization who are who hold these, the thing is, there's so much information out now that there's no excuse anymore to be ignorant of some of these issues. There's no excuse at all. You can't afford being ignorant, because the information is there, it's available for you, and you have responsibility to obtain it. And if you're too scared to do so because you're afraid that once you obtain that information, you now have to confront those who are going to, pull a Bernie, I like to call it. But fuck it, do what you got to do. Get rid of them because they're going to bring you down. And if those who are going to, who are going to partake in that destruction, then I urge you to take a good look at yourself and actually look in the mirror and ask yourself, why am I so afraid of this information? Right. What do I really know?
Yeah.
What am I not confronting? Because we all had to do that ourselves. That's why we changed our minds. We had the ability to confront what we already believed, change our belief systems based on new evidence. And once we did that, it's like we passed the litmus test to show that we do not suffer from confirmation bias.
Yeah.
And now it's up to you guys.
And I'll leave it at, look, Nelson and Ed said everything I probably would have said myself in different form, but I'll leave it like this. Look, for those who were listening, and believe me, you got the patience of a monk throughout this. And yeah, I'm sorry it took so long, but there was a lot of falsehoods and lies by Craig McKee and Bernie Suarez and Andy Steele. If their audio wasn't proof that they basically aren't for 9/11 truth, I don't know what else they could have told you otherwise. It was 2 hours and 45 minutes of them complaining about how we disseminate information. It wasn't an attack on our position. It wasn't an attack on our information. They didn't challenge that. They instead deferred to our persona, how we're rude, how we're obtuse, creating fake profiles. And that basically should disseminate the work that we do. Well, I would say this: judge us by our information and work. If we're lying, if we're wrong, and you could prove that we're lying or we're wrong, then right there should tell
Please tell us.
right, tell us or challenge us. They didn't do that. And if they couldn't do that, what makes you think that their followers are basically going to do it, or their adversary or their associates are going to do it? No. And as for the architects and engineers, and I'm not going to say names because I don't want them to be attacked. They've already fired one. What I say to you is this: this is not an attack on your organization. It never was. I made that clear multiple times. Nelson and Ed have been very clear. We are attacking the people who are hurting the truth movement. And these are the people who don't believe that planes were hijacked or that there were hijackers, and basically absolving the intelligence agencies who were monitoring and assisting these people. I'm talking domestic and foreign. That goes back years even, right? All this doesn't exist if there's no hijackers. And therefore, we can't blame anybody. If you don't think that's suspicious enough, and I'm not saying that Craig McKee is an agent. I might would say that with Alex Jones. I might say that with Barbara Honecker. I have no proof that they are. But believe me when I say this, their actions alone, their words, are highly suspicious when they absolve the CIA, the NSA, the Israeli Mossad, Saudi GID from having any connection to 9/11. If there's no hijackers, no hijacked planes, no crime happened. What? The World Trade Center collapse? From what? A plane didn't hit it. If there was bombs, you would have done it already. 20 years later, and the best that you got was a hypothesis that thermite was used. I don't need the towers to collapse to know there was an inside job. I know the CIA and the NSA were monitoring calls. I know Israelis and Saudis were monitoring these hackers, even helping them. And I know the FBI covered it up later. That is the geopolitics of 9/11. And that is where we could point to suspects. I could point to lies made in the Joint House Inquiry and 9/11 Commission when Condoleezza Rice basically says we had no idea that we used planes as weapons. George Tenet lying that nobody read the cables that the hijackers are inside the United States. That's just a little bit of the official narrative that Craig McKee thinks it's only hijacked planes and hijackers. It's so much more. And through Nelson's films and through Ryan Dawson's films and through my small contribution of providing files and documents and uploading videos, what we're trying to tell you is that, yes, it was a bigger operation. Yes, more intelligence agencies and more people were involved. And yes, 9/11 was an inside job. But all this doesn't exist if you don't have hijackers. And you have to wonder why they're doing this and why they're promoting this in alleged truth movements. Get rid of these people. It's the only way you could save yourself. And I'm not advocating against their speech. I don't care if Andy Steele does a radio show. I don't care. But if you're a truth organization and you live by a code of truth, then why are you supporting liars or those who promote falsehoods? And I'll leave it at that.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah, I'll end it right here. And thank you for listening, guys. Thank you for lasting this long.